1977, alive and kicking. What is up, brother? What have you been? Whoa. I forgot that I just used that phone for something. Yeah, but today we are getting into okay, we're getting into the Schrade Golden Spike, and this was a gift from a friend of mine a while ago. I haven't had a chance to use it for anything, so we're gonna do this today. And I sharpened the piss out of it a few hours ago. Like, I made sure this thing was good to go. But we are going to give it a few minutes for some people to get in here, and hopefully we can get an admin in here shortly. This month we are still doing our drive for Make-A-Wish, Georgia, so we're going to keep plugging that while we go along. And hopefully the guy that gifted me this is going to show up too. But just a guest, what's up? We're going in on a Schrade Golden Spike that a friend of mine gave to me a while back. And one thing that's interesting is I went and looked, and it looks like this is the stainless steel version, not the carbon. And yes, sir, this is a cardboard slayer like the rest of the live streams. We're just going after this right here. It's a Schrade Golden Spike a friend of mine gave me. But the stainless steel version, apparently the type of stainless steel is not known. So we're going to be going in on this kind of blind, and I guess we'll see how long it holds up. I think you can see I mirrored the edge out pretty nicely. It looks pretty good. It's the mirrored edge has been getting better and better as I've been getting more practice with the work sharp. So looking forward to playing with that. And of course, I put a very, very nice edge on it. So yeah, looking forward to playing with this thing. We're just going to give it a few minutes, get some people in here, and get this thing going. I love doing that right after I sharpen a knife. I really do. Oh, thanks, man. Yeah, like I've been waiting to do that giveaway for a while, and I kind of figured again that that Olatans is a nice balance between affordable for me and cool to give to someone else. You know, I wasn't going to give someone a knife that I didn't know anything about, or I didn't know whether or not it would carry well. So, you know, figured that was a good place to go. And, you know, I'm going to start thinking about what to do at 2K, but I'm pretty sure we got a nice long while to wait on that. Although right after I hit 1,000, like 40 more people showed up pretty damn fast. It stalled out again, but, you know, it is what it is. I'll take whatever I can get. And the sheath on this one is actually pretty damn nice. And it's got a sharpening stone in here, and of course everything has gotten a layer of green corrosion on it. But it feels like you could actually do a pretty good job honing an edge, but definitely not hogging off material. So that's a nice thing to have. Tell you what, about 4 more minutes here at 4:05. We'll go ahead and start in on the cardboard. Let's say just get a couple people in here. You know what? That's not a terrible idea to throw in the box, but yeah, nah. Like it's not a terrible idea, but maybe for the next giveaway. I don't think Cardboard Slayer has quite picked up the quite picked up the notoriety that I'm looking for yet for something like that. Like I'd love to hit like shit, who is it? A Metal Complex or a Neves Grade live stream. Those would be fun. But I also don't want the audience so big that you know no one can keep up with the chat. Right, Moscow, Texas corrosion. What's going on, Josh? I'm glad to see you here, man. Hopefully you've been doing pretty good, man. I haven't really talked to you in quite a while. Josh Smith's Overall Forge. He's one of the guys from my old blacksmithing days, and I need to get back into blacksmithing. I just my head and heart haven't been in it, and I don't want to go into a shop like that without being able to work safely. um, I tell you what, we'll start figuring stuff like that out a little bit later. But so the red cleaver, the steel on this held up really well. It's 9CR18, so it ate the 4 hours with no major issues. The ergos were good. The only real problem I had was right here when I was pushing the last of those cuts. My knuckle kept hitting the table, and that started to hurt after a while, but that's kind of built into the blade. It's like baked into the profile, or it's baked into the handle. You know, there's not much you can do about that because that's not what it's designed to do. But other than that, it held up really well. Maybe not quite as good as AR RPM 9 or D2, but still very, very respectable. I was impressed. Like, here's the thing, like, it doesn't feel like 8CR13 should be a big step from 9CR18, but you know, every 8CR13 we've done is after 2.5 hours, the edge is dull enough where you have to strop it if you want to keep going. You know, it's just tearing cardboard as much as it's cutting. This ate up 4 hours of it, and then it finally started showing significant wear. And it doesn't feel like it should be that big of a difference, but it is. And a little bit of carbon in your steel does make a really big difference. You know, that's why 1080 is used for swords and larger, higher impact stuff, and 1090, 1095 is used for smaller blades and things like that. That little bit of carbon makes a huge difference. Like, it goes from 0.8 to 0.9, and then once you hit like 1% carbon, you're getting into cast iron, and you can't do a thing with that. That stuff is brittle, and it shatters when an ant farts on it if you're not handling it carefully. I haven't resharpened it yet. I ran it through the strops pretty hard, though. Like, I really gave it a couple minutes on the strop. And, you know, those strops, the way I've got that grip progression set up, it's enough to bring things back to life pretty damn nicely. It needs a full sharpen, but the edge profile off the strop is still more than good enough to use. It's just not that crazy sharp that, you know, you can do by doing your own hand sharpening. Or in my case, work sharp precision adjust sharpening. So let's get another cut just to show you guys where we're starting from. Like, plenty sharp. Like, I really put some time into this and kept hitting both sides repeatedly on the precision adjust and making sure I got like a fully sharpened bevel on both sides, just to be really thorough. Okay, so one thing we are going to do, we're going to kick this off with the Knight. Come on, song. Come on. That seems like a good place to kick things off. So we're going to get some of that cardboard from the last one that was pretty tough to cut. We're going to see how it goes through straight and then go diagonal on it. Because of course this cardboard's pretty abusive. And I'm hoping with the fixed blade handle with the this right here, the ergos are going to be good and I'll be comfortable all night. We're going to see. It feels like it will be. But so it pushes through really nicely already. This one's got a bit of a hollow grind, but it's also relatively thin blade stock for a knife this length. And right now, as sharp as it is, it should cut through pretty much anything. So cereal is a kind of soup, I've decided. That's about the most interesting thought that I've had this week. Yeah, I like those cuts so far. This is, from what I could look up online, this is Delrin mocked up to look like Staghorn. Although you might be making a reference I don't get. Yeah, so far these cuts feel really good, and I do like that this profile is designed for this kind of cut, so I'm not having to struggle at the bottom of the cut to get that last little bit out of my way. Yeah, I'm hoping Duncan shows up in here soon. Because, like, he sent me this knife a long time ago, and I haven't really had a chance to use it for anything, so this seemed like a really good idea. And, of course, I've got guys that ask for fixed blades pretty regularly, and I don't really have a good way to carry or use a fixed blade, because where I work at, you really can't have a fixed blade knife hanging off your belt like that. That really goes against dress code. Like, some of the knives I carry tucked in the waistband are already pushing it. Sprinkles, what's up, brother? Yeah, we're doing the golden spike, and when I say I sharpen this thing, like, we've already done a few cuts, but come on, we've already done a few cuts, but it should still be pretty close to. Yeah, I sharpened it, dude. Like, mirror edge, the works. Miss Monica, how have you been doing? But yeah, like, I can't really carry a fixed blade at work, so these things just kind of sit and gather dust. But what the hell was I going to say? Yeah, for those of you that just got here, this looks like this is the stainless steel version of this thing from about 1995 to 2004, somewhere in that window. But we have no idea what the stainless steel actually is. It's just generic catch-all stainless. However, if they haven't changed it since 1995, it's either 420 or 440. So if we get a good, if it hits 2 hours and starts dulling out really bad, it's probably 440 or 440A. If we can get to about the 3 hour mark, I'm going to assume 440C. And if we hit 4 hours, I'm not sure. You know, if it was more recent than that, I would be a lot more confident with some of this. But you know, it is what it is. I kind of wish they would have identified the steel, but you know, I looked up some stuff online and I didn't see a ton. And we are making Blue Diamond atone for its sins and pay for what it did to society. Okay, 440 stain. Yeah, 440 stainless is the most likely culprit. And then that goes from the difference between 440, 440A, 440C. You know, I don't think they'd stoop as low as 420J2, but we have had knives in 420J2 that took an hour of this and they were completely dulled out. So I'm going to assume it's the same variety of 440 as Buck, you know, like the Buck 110, but can't be sure. It's like, when I looked online, everybody was saying we don't know what stainless it is, we just know it's stainless. You know, at some point, I'm going to dig up a stainless Japan or surgical steel knife to throw at this too and see how that does, because if you remember, like, all the dirt cheap knives from back in the day all said stainless surgical or something like that, or stainless Pakistan. I gotta find a stainless Pakistan to run through this too. Yeah, so the live stream that we did, the last one, which I think was the red cleaver, it had a hard time pushing through this stuff. This is like 44 pound edge crush test. 40 pounds. So once you get up above 32 pounds, it starts getting real hard to cut. It's blasting through it right now, but I've also put, you know, a crazy ass edge on it. So at about 5 o'clock, we'll take a look at it and see where the edge is at that point. You know, and we're only going to be testing like this right here in this area because that's what's taking the cuts. And we'll see how she do. Yeah, I mean, before this, I hadn't seen the golden spike before, but, you know, I don't know everything out there. I'm certainly no expert. You know, I'm learning a lot of this stuff as I go. God, those cuts feel nice right now. Once this edge starts really wearing, I'm going to miss that. Maxilla, what's up, dude? So if you just got here, this is the Schrade Golden Spike. And that was a gift from Sprinkle Donut Forge a long time ago. So we're seeing how it do. Don't know what steel it is. We just know it's stainless. Suspect 440. And that's about all we know about it. Clyde Frog, what is going on? Sprinkles, you still got that old hearse? You still driving that thing around? Oh shit. That is not too shabby, sir. Although I will say, watching the saga of the hearse through Faceballs was kind of entertaining. Maybe you at least kept the holy water I mailed you. Am I starting to feel resistance already? No. I've heard the slicing is good, and then I've heard some people say the slicing is like stupid loud on them. I don't have a ton of control on that. Hopefully it's pleasant. Like at one point we talked about starting an OnlyFans, just doing ASMR slicing cardboard. And like I take this stuff home from work, I cut it up, and then I put it in a box and take it back and throw it in the baler. Oh, those cuts feel so good. Come on. Come on. I don't like these things landing on my lights. This is a Schrade Golden Spike, and to the best of my ability to research, it's from 1995 to 2004. The steel we suspect is 440, but my search online said that we don't know exactly what kind of steel it is. They didn't list that. And this is from before Schrade got sold, which is why the production of this ended in 2004. Yeah, like I said, we think 440, but at least what I read online, we don't know for sure. Yeah, like the production run on this was 1995 to 2004. Yeah. At least this model. The carbon steel version is from before then. And I think, if I read properly, the carbon steel versions, a lot of them have serial numbers that make it easier to put a date on them. They got a serial number somewhere here on the guard. This one just says Uncle Henry on the guard. I've done limited testing with what I think is carbon steel. I'm trying to remember what all I've run now. Like, here's the thing. If you nail that heat treatment properly, like carbon steel, it'll eat this up with no problems whatsoever. With a good heat treatment. All right. Processing another box down. Like I said, this cardboard in particular was significantly harder to cut with the Civivi Mastodon than it's going here. This is cutting through it like butter. Like butter. Fook, you're here. What's up? Okay, I got an admin. So, one thing we are doing this month is we are raising money for Make-A-Wish, Georgia. And I'm going to post a link here. And I'll have Fook pop this up occasionally. so that if you want to throw $1 or 2 in the hat, you can. Schrade Golden Spike. We think it's in 440, but there's no way to 100% confirm that for sure. It's not listed. Nobody online knows what it is whenever they quit using carbon steel on it. We think 440. We're fairly sure it's 440. Well, I still appreciate it, definitely. I've definitely held it and played with it a few times down in the war room when I didn't have anything else going on. But I needed an excuse to use it. As a matter of fact, I think I have some carbon steel from a knife that Sam Towns made. Yeah, so this may end up being like a 1995, 1996, something like that. Thank you, Fook. Yeah, so we'll be mentioning that all stream. If you got $1 or 2 to throw in the hat, it's greatly appreciated. If you don't, no worries. A friend of mine that streams on Twitch, he raises money for an entire month once a year. And this year it's this month. And so I'm just trying to help him out where I can. Just because I think so far he's raised enough money to grant 3 wishes. And last year he cleared 5,000. So I'd love to help him hit, 6 this year. Me with knives, what is going on? Is that the year or the cost? What, on this? That would be the year, 1995, 1996. But yeah, we're playing with a Schrade Golden Spike from 1995 to 2004, somewhere in that window. Well, for me, technically, it's not untrue. This is me with knives, I guess. Yeah, and if y'all don't know, this knife was a gift from Sprinkled Donut Forge, which is why he's here, just kind of hanging out with us and seeing how this knife do. But what's everyone been getting into today? Palmer Connolly, what's going on, dude? Yeah, we did the drawing for the 1,000 subscriber giveaway, and it's weird because my brain's like, this is overwhelming, I don't want to do it. Just that is a whole activity for the day. But I've got that knocked out. I'm waiting for the 3rd guy now to reach out to me, and then I'm going to send out code words and get everything straightened out and get them their stuff mailed to them. The one I'm most interested in seeing is the guy that won the Olatans. What he thinks about it and what he thinks about the flame treatment on the titanium that I did. What did Palmer Connolly say? All right, Josh. I appreciate you being here, man. Good seeing you. Yeah, I was like, what the hell happened? I think that's the first time we've had someone legitimately timed out and had that happen. Like I've had one time where I got timed out like that, and it was a channel called that was at the time called Phase Forge, I think, or the Path of Fire. And this guy, so it's Phase Forge, and this guy was called Safe, and dude asked her if she was trans, and that's kind of a disrespectful question to ask. And people have been getting the banhammer left and right, so I'm like, bye forever, Safe. And she thought I was saying that to her, so I got timed out. Like, not really a chance to explain. At that point, I'm like, she don't know me. I don't give a crap. But it's just like, wow, that was unfortunate. Oh, I'm sure that 10 seconds felt like an eternity. So if you guys haven't seen this, this is that same cardboard that was struggling to get cut by the Mastodon unless I cut it diagonally. and this thing's just blowing through it. I'm kind of curious to see what happens when we hit that 32-pound stuff. I'm sure Sister Donut appreciated that. Okay, so we're going to have to get that nasty double wall stuff. We got a little bit of a hollow grind right here into this flat, which normally the hollow grinds have a hard time with this, but not this one. And for those of you that are wondering, like, I sharpened the hell out of this. I basically gave everything twice as long as normal, and like I with one grit, I'd do one side, then the other, go back to the first side, then back to the second side, and make absolutely sure I got everything, and then mirrored it out, stropped it. I did everything, and if you're wondering, I sharpened at 18 degrees. But you can see this is that double wall stuff that was lifting me out of my seat, trying to push through it with everything else we've done so far. So let's see how this does. And you can see where the last cut went really bad here, like really bad. Victor C, how you doing? I have not done a lot of cuts, but oh my God. This cut, this cardboard, the way this VB Mastodon cut this cardboard. Oh my God. So the edge is fantastic, and the profile on this seems to like cutting. And Fook, thank you. Jesus. You guys are seeing this, right? Like, those of you who have been here know this stuff lifts me out of my seat when I'm trying to cut it. Like, I have to push that hard. Good God. Okay. This thing's a cutter. But if you just got here, this is a Schrade Golden Spike. 1995 to 2004. And the guy that gifted it to me is in here, the Sprinkled Donut Forge. But yeah, the more I work with that Work Sharp Precision Adjust, the more I fall in love with it. Like, I bet if I had reprofiled the edge on the Mastodon, we probably would have gotten similar performance. So we're just looking at edge retention here. The factory edge, I'm pretty sure, was long, long gone before I got this. Bill, what's going on, dude? Hopefully you are doing well today. And that cut right there, Jesus, that feels good. Okay, so normally when a cut starts like this with this tear, it keeps going and gets worse. Y'all that have been here for a while have seen it. This just corrected itself and started cutting clean right here and finished the cut clean. All right. Now, I'm curious. I did the SOG Flash AT at the same 18 degrees. So let's see if this is directly comparable. Okay, so that's what we got, is we got that 18-degree edge. That's what's doing this, is the 18-degree edge. That's what I was curious to see. Let's get that double layer stuff now. Because that's what's happening. The sharp finger has got the magic angle on it. Yeah, okay, so now we know what's happening. The grind on the knife is pretty average. Everything else is pretty average, but the edge at 18 degrees is what we got here. I hate the knee acting up. I've been getting hit with that a lot too. But, with where I work, I'm kneeling on the floor, standing up, kneeling on the floor, standing up nonstop. And I've got nights where once it starts acting up, it don't calm down. But yeah, so if you're doing your own sharpening and you want this kind of cutting, 18 degrees is the happy place. Yeah, so if I would have sharpened the Mastodon to 18 degrees, This is what we would have gotten all night. So now we're also going to find out how the 18-degree edge holds up to cutting. And Kai, what is up? I appreciate the sub. If you would have been like 8 days earlier, you could have jumped in on the 1,000 subscriber giveaway. But like, I'm learning this stuff as I go. You know, I think this might be, yeah, because I think the Buck 110, I sharpened that on the Kin Onion belt grinder and did a convex edge on it, partly because that was the fastest, easiest way to sharpen, and part of it was my uncle already sharpened it on some kind of belt grinder, so I didn't feel bad about it. But I think this is the first one where we started, where I sharpened at 18 degrees, and it just stayed there on its own for the rest of the night. I think. Midnight, what is up, dude? Yeah, so this is very cool. I've learned something today, guys. Let's see, we need Punisher 2 in here, and what other regulars are we missing? I know Maxilla is lurking somewhere. Book's here, 1977, Me with Knives, Punisher. Am I missing somebody? Who else is not here yet? Yeah, you're here too. No, I'm trying to think of who's not here. Like, I know you're here. Knockoff, yeah, he's not here right now. So Punisher, Knockoff. I haven't seen Punisher yet. But he might be busy. It isn't 5 o'clock yet. I tried to get an earlier start, just so the, you know, some of you guys that like some of you guys that are really here for the whole thing get a little bit more out of it. Like, I'm gonna try to push till 9 o'clock. See if I can't do the full 5 hours. Because I figure if this edge takes about 2 hours to wear out, give or take, then it should strop back up pretty nicely. The winner of the giveaway, the big prize winner, I don't think I've really seen him show up in comments or show up in live streams. Which he may have just subbed to win to enter the giveaway, which is totally fine. I don't mind one bit. I've done that myself quite a few times. But yeah, I don't remember seeing him in anything before. You know, we've got our regular, fairly small group that comments on these things. We are working with a Schrade Golden Spike, and this is compliments of Sprinkled Donut Forge. I have sharpened this thing to 18 degrees, and we found out that 18-degree bevel is why this thing is cutting so crazy good. I mean, the knife itself is doing fine, but holy crap, the edge I put on it is something else. And I know, like, a lot of guys already have their sharpening angles, like, dialed in and everything else. I've only sharpened, I think, one, maybe two other knives at 18 degrees. And one of them was in the middle of a live stream. Like, the factory edge was so bad that we couldn't keep using it. But I'm really, really happy to see it cut like this, because that gives me more information for what I need to be sharpening my stuff at, which if I get something with a really bad edge, I can just reprofile it. But it takes me so long to start showing any wear on my knives because I'm in such a tame environment at work. It'll be a long time before I got to sharpen anything that I actually carry. And of course, only carrying most things for a week to do a review on them also means they don't really get to see much abuse until they hit Cardboard Slayer. Josh, what's up? And Fook, thank you. We are raising money for Make-A-Wish Georgia. There's the link right there. If you got $1 or $2, great. If you don't feel bad. Just trying to help a friend of mine that raises money for Make-A-Wish every year. Every little bit helps. Caden, hi. I think I missed your comment. Josh, we just had a different Josh come in and go. Can I slash it fast? Let's see how fast I can cut. We tried that one. Yeah, we can go pretty fast through it. If I go in with the tip right here where if I start with the tip right here where the flat ends and it's just hollow grind, I can cut really fast. And the thing is once we get out of this 40-pound crush test cardboard and get into the 32-pound stuff, these cuts are going to be really fast if it still has an edge. I thought we'd start off strong and deal with the stuff that I thought would be really hard to cut. But my edge angle is definitely taking care of it quite nicely. I can see where Make-A-Wish's name comes from. Like, it does make sense in the context. You know, I'd love to have a big enough platform to do that myself and do something meaningful, which I hope to have one day. You know, and that would be the point where I set up a true marathon live stream. Like, if I can do it for a good cause and actually generate enough money to make it worth the time, you're looking at maybe trying to do like a 15-hour live stream or something like that. Just really, really go the distance on it. You know, so that is an aspirational goal to have. Just, you know, to develop a big enough platform that, you know, I can do stuff like that and raise meaningful amounts of money for good causes. You know, you got Make-A-Wish, you got the Humane Society, you got a lot of places that you could do some work for. So we'll see. I'm sure if I keep plugging along, I'll eventually get there. You know, everybody's got to start somewhere. What is Knife Rights Weekend? And I'm not going to lie to you, man. I get very few weekend days where I'm not at work. The joys of working retail, you work a lot of Saturdays and a lot of Sundays. I definitely appreciate it, Sprinkles. And yeah, like this is one of those things I've always been into. And if you remember on the old channel, I did take a swing at trying to do knife reviews and stuff. But that wasn't the right place. It wasn't the right time. Well, I mean, nothing they get's what they actually wish for. You know, but there's only so much you can do. There was one kid that did make a wish, and his wish was to smell a seal's breath. I think it's because they had heard it's notoriously bad and people were prone to throwing up at that smell. And if I remember right, his conclusion was it was as bad as everyone says it is. We could wish for tacos. There are places that sell them. But yeah, like it's a strange wish, and I think they tried to not fill that and get him to wish for something else first, but he wouldn't back down off it, so they're like, all right, buddy, here you go. I'm sure when he hit the afterlife, too, he's just like, hey, y'all ain't gonna believe this shit. Well, I mean, like my brain, have you ever seen the safe space or safe place signs at like Quick Trip and stuff like that? Like if you look at that, it's someone hugging a figure from behind and also copying a feel, and it's like that might not be the best optics either. I wonder, is this thing still shaving? Okay, so we've already gone to not shaving right here where the edge is taking the most wear. Yeah, the part that's been taking the wear hasn't been has stopped shaving. I don't have enough knives that are inherently unsafe to use. About the best knife safety I've done is talking about that scar right there. And you know, one thing that happens if you haven't noticed is my uploads are very irregularly scheduled. So it's not like I could do, say, a safety Sunday or a safety Saturday consistently, and I don't have enough topics to do that consistently. Yeah, the AR RPM 9 deal. I saw that. I thought it was very interesting, and I do appreciate that they provided the clarity they did. And it's interesting to see if they just renamed the whole thing on the back of that. You know, personally, I think AR RPM 9 could be kept. You know, or they could come up with a different name because it's proprietary. You know, they could name it whatever the hell they feel like, and it would be valid. And the thing is odds are, unless you're doing videos or you're doing marketing or something like that, you know, that AR RPM 9 is probably not going to stick once they rename it, but literally everybody else is still going to be calling it AR RPM 9 for the rest of the time. Yeah, Artisan responded. What is it? Knife, was it Knife Steel Nerd? The channel name? I know he posted the response. I shared the response on my page. if you look up my community, I shared the post that had the response in it, so the information is there. It is readily accessible. Okay, so we got some nightmare cardboard. I didn't bring a pizza box down with me tonight, guys. I'll have to run upstairs and get one of the Little Caesars boxes. Yeah, the lower edge crushed cardboard is going real smooth. And only the edges of this flat are getting cut. I think the only other thing Artisan could have done about that is not responded at all and just left it for what it is. And it would have blown over soon enough. But it's not like they could have come out and said, no, 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 that's not the case. And had that work out in their favor at all. Yeah, the sheer amount of rippling through here means I'm not going to try to cut the center of this. But the edges are still good. Oh yeah, there's supposed to be some bad weather rolling through Texas, south of Houston. I know there's supposed to be some more rolling through this week. I just checked out once in a while I'll watch one of the channels that I have on here just to keep up with weather if something weird's coming this way. It's just an old force of habit from back when I worked outdoors. Well, that's what I was saying. Like, the only thing they could have done that would have also worked is just not responded and just let it blow over, which it would have blown over after a little while. But yeah, trying to, like, you know, trying to play the no, that's not true game would have definitely been terrible for him. No, I mean, the AR RPM 9, I think, may have held up the best out of everything that we've done Cardboard Slayer on so far. So, a lot of RPM 9, or AR RPM 9, winds up on Kajerbs. Like, we did the Kajerb Tigris at one point, and after 4 hours of cutting, it was still a little bit sharper than D2, and it took forever to get an okay edge stropping it back up. So I know we've done AR RPM 9 here on this channel. Oh, nice. Yeah, at this point, like in my life, like I'm not in love with spending a ton of time outdoors unless I got a good reason for it. But I used to also work outdoors, which was crazy because my dad would be like, "It's a lovely day, you should go outside." And it's like, motherfucker, I work there. I'm not asking you to go run a printing press all day on your day off. Leave me alone. Like, I'm tired of being outside. I do not want to be outside anymore right now. I've done enough outside. Alright. I've got to do extra breaking down on these guys. Give me a second. I thought I had more of the smaller boxes than I actually did. So now all we got is boxes that are a bit too tall to fit on camera easily. But dear God, this thing is cutting this stuff so nice. Quilted Northern, time to pay for your crimes. Just in Ohio, what is up? What is going on, dude? Oh, dear God, yes. The regular cardboard is cutting so nice. So, Justin, we're going in on a Schrade Golden Spike from 1995 to 2004. And we don't have 100% confirmation on the steel, but we're assuming 440. I'd say cardboard is more of a sacrificial ally to this channel. More so than an enemy. Well, I definitely appreciate you dropping by, man. And yeah, I went to go turn on the monetization and all that for the channel. And I think I was still 1,300 viewing hours short of hitting that goal. So I'm just kind of waiting that out. Because one thing I'm looking at is, you know, everybody wants to send me stuff, and at some point I'll be sending stuff out more regularly as you know, either I have guys sending in stuff for review that I can just do giveaways on after the fact, or something like that. And that means I need to set up a P.O. box. I said I don't think 7CR17, but because again, this is from a bit farther back than when CR steels were the thing. So like this has got to be some kind of 440, 440A, 440C, just plain 440. Oh yeah, those Kiridashis. I mean, that was a little Damascus Kiridashi, wasn't it? Or was that one of the larger monosteel? What the hell's a Kiribati? Somebody look that up now. Like, if autocorrect went that way, that means it's obviously a word. What the hell is a Kiribati? Somebody please look that up for me real quick. Bill, I appreciate you. It's a county. Okay. So it is a thing. It's something. Man, that is such a nice cut. An island country. Okay. I was wondering if that was something like that because it was capitalized. Oh yeah, this is 26-pound edge crush test cardboard, so even with the bad edge it would have been going easy, but this is too easy. So we do already have edge wear at the part where it's been doing most of the cutting. That's not shaving anymore. Back here where it hasn't seen much use, it's still shaving. Oceana seems like a weird thing. Like, it sounds like something from a book, and that might be because I've read 1984 so many times. Like, it sounds like one of the nations we're at war with in 1984. And if you weren't here earlier tonight, cereal is a kind of soup, I've decided. Now, the question here is, do we think I'm going to make it to 9 p.m. tonight? That'll be 5 hours. Yeah, I always question never been used. It might have had the factory edge. It was kind of sharp, but it wasn't as sharp as I wanted to go into this. And even if I wanted to leave it on a factory edge, it would not have been a factory edge anymore when we finish this off. At all. Fook, you might not be wrong. I haven't noticed my degradation into more swearing. However, that does sound like something I would do. Oh no, the factory edge was sharp enough to do the push cut on paper and all that. Like, it was definitely a sharp enough edge. But if we were going to do this, I wanted to do it right. And I don't think the factory edge would have been splitting cardboard this easy. The Vosti, that is a cool thing. I'd have to look it up to see what it is. I don't ever switch hands, but let's see what happens. To quote ABE, no fucking good at all. Yeah, Fook, thanks for the heads up. If you're just watching or just got here, we're raising money for Make-A-Wish Georgia this month. Fook just posted the link for it. If you got $1 or $2 to throw in the hat, wonderful. If you don't feel bad. No pressure, just letting everybody know. But yeah, I do not have the coordination to switch hands. Joseph Garcia, that is what happens to blacksmiths. Which I did start having that going for a while. I hit a point where I could swing an 8-pound hammer with one hand for a few minutes. Not long, but a few minutes. Actually, there is a middle child generation. That spot between the internet happening and smartphones, where most people became left-handed masturbators because the mouse was on the right side of the keyboard. And I bet you never thought about that before. Nah, I don't reach around. I've never been in somebody for that. I got a low body count and a pretty specific, well, not really specific set of tastes, but yeah. I've never known the joys of another man. All right, Midnight, have a good one. Yeah, I became a little bit more ambidextrous when I broke my wrist. There's now some things that I only do with my left hand that used to be a right-handed operation. However, handling blades is not one of them. Yeah, there are a lot of early internet users that are now left-handed because the mouse was on the right-hand side of the keyboard. Don't ask how I know, I just know. And Sprinkles, since this is your honorary live stream, I want you to pick Frankenstein, Ninja, Mummy, or Grim Reaper. One of the four. Frankenstein, Mummy, Ninja, or Grim Reaper. All right, it's been about an hour. Let's see where we're at with the edge. All right, so the part taking the wear is still doing good enough. We're not quite at 8 CR levels of performance. Or we're really close. We have knocked down the finest part of the apex there. So yeah, this thing is still pretty damn sharp. All right, Sprinkle Donut Forge picks the Ninja. Let's get the song out of this little guy. Not it. Come on. There we go. I think the Ninja is tied for first with the Knight for my favorite. And like I always say, I wonder if there's people that drop into the live stream right when that's happening and just turn right around and leave. God, I wish there was a way to keep count of that. And Sprinkles, at some point when I get back into blacksmithing, I still got to get a hammer off you. I know we had talked about that at one point, and we never got it. We never got the deal done. Like, and the thing is I've got hammers, like, the one that I got from Yams hasn't been used yet. All right, Josh, I still appreciate you being here. He's only mostly dead. So at least we know so far this blade is doing better than 420J2. Now, I am curious to see how 7CR stacks up against, or what we know with some confidence is 7CR stacks up with everything else. I'm waiting to find that out. All right, next box, or next piece of box, whatever. Come on. Okay, so we breezed right through the double layer right here where the box was glued together with the hot snot. right, Josh, I appreciate you being here, man. Enjoy date night with the missus. Mine is at work handing out samples to demanding customers. Just a guess. I haven't tested throwing knives really. I don't have a way to film them, and I don't have a good target or backstop set up for them. That being said, the times I've spent throwing knives, I've enjoyed the hell out of it. I do have one hybrid throwing knife slash throwing spike somewhere that I made. Like, I got halfway into making a knife, and I looked at the blank that I was hammering out, and I'm like, you know what? This would be a good thrower. And I took it outside, and I did get a few good throws on it, but it was a tree out in front of my house, and the tree that I used for testing out the throwing stars that I made out of edger blades, that thing wound up with a huge patch of missing bark and a ton of holes punched in it. So I was like, you know what? I'm not going to do that in front of this house in case it kills the tree. Sprinkles, we have done a whole bunch of different knives from a whole bunch of different brands. There's been the Buck 110, Civivi, we've done them. We've done CJRB, we've done Ganzo. We have done, what else have we done, guys? We've done a Timu knife. We've done a gas station rainbow knife. We've done a Boker Kalashnikov. Jen, we did do the Harbor Freight Gordon knife. Good looking out. So one of the hopes at one point is the channel does reach a point where guys are sending stuff in for review, which I don't know with the offbeat way we're doing this testing, whether or not it's actually going to be alluring to various companies, but that would be nice. Like Jen, those guys, Jen Knives sent us the kits that I gave away. They sent me the kits I put together. They sent me the Captain Knife kit, which that thing is way better than it has any right to be. Yeah, I mean, dude, a lot of this knife cutting like this is the edge that or the degree I sharpen the edge at, that 18 degrees. All right, so I cut that double layer pretty nicely. But, you know, that's the thing is, you know, the first couple of cardboard slayers I did like this, you know, I was very surprised at how well the edges held up, because I think you remember what I'm talking about when I say guys used to say, don't cut up cardboard, it'll ruin your edge. You know, 8CR13 takes about 2.5 hours to wear out. AR RPM 9, 4 hours. D2, around 4 hours. Vintage 440 stainless took about, I think, 2 hours and some change. 420J2 took, at least we think it's 420J2, took an hour. That was pathetic. I think 440C ate the entire 4 hours. As a matter of fact, the 9CR18, the knife won that one. I just couldn't physically do this before it wore out. Oh yeah, 14C 28N, we tried. Now, I will say I've done some videos on what knives to not buy, and there have been a couple. Like, I've had few truly like bad knives with no redeeming qualities. I've had a few, but Yeah, when they're bad, I let everyone know. Punisher, what's up? See, we were asking whether or not you were going to be here. So we're going in on a Schrade Golden Spike from 1995 to 2004, somewhere in that run. Schrade stainless, but they won't identify what kind of stainless, so we think 440, especially with it being that old. Thank you, Fook. There's the Make-A-Wish link if you want to donate a couple bucks. We're raising money for him through the month of May. If you got a couple bucks, appreciate it. If you don't feel bad. No pressure. And I sharpened this thing at 18 degrees, and that 18-degree angle is pushing through this cardboard like it's nothing. Yeah, so the production run on these ended in 2004 whenever Schrade got sold. So yeah, yours is going to be pre-2004 or pre-2005. And if you see the Schrade Plus right there, that means it's after they switched over to stainless steel instead of carbon steel on these. Like, I went online and did some research. I wanted to find out what steel it was, and like, everybody that I saw had a post about it said they don't identify the kind of steel it is. Which, from my own memory, a lot of older knives, unless they were doing something special with the steel, identifying the steel wasn't as big of a deal on cheaper knives. I don't think this one was super cheap when it was sold first. I could be wrong. Yeah, I don't think I've ever stuck stainless steel on the forge, but I have seen guys attempt stainless steel Damascus with mixed results. I'd love to catch stuff like this on clearance. Like, every time I go to Walmart and I look at clearance stuff, like, there's nothing left on the shelf. Or it's total garbage that I would not be willing to carry for a week and live with. Now, see, Sister Donut gets it. Sprinkles, you might want to sleep with one eye open, buddy. But, what was I going to say? Oh, yeah. I'm looking at trying to set up a P.O. box. That way, guys that want to send stuff in have somewhere to send it. Without having my own personal address floating around with a million people. Only caveat to that is right now there's no way in hell I could afford the monthly cost, so I'm trying to figure out how to support doing that. Yeah, no, that's what I was saying. Okay, so you might have a pre-1995 model sitting there, which would be carbon steel and not stainless. Do your research on that online and check the value. But yeah, like I said, I know I've seen Alex Steele attempt stainless steel Damascus, which he got some good results, some not so good results. I forget who else, but I've seen guys make it, and they said it's really, really hard to get right. But yeah, I am trying to figure out how to support a PO box, and I'm not sure exactly how to do it. You know, I don't feel like setting up a buy me a coffee link is gonna really be both super productive and something I feel necessarily great about. But if I hit that last 1,300 or so viewing hours where I can turn on super chats and stuff like that, I may see if that works to cover it. No, so I went online to look up the blade steel for this, and I saw a whole lot of information pop up besides they won't identify what stainless they use. But when the Schrade Plus showed up, that's when they switched over to stainless. That's why I'm saying check online and look. There's a good chance you got carbon steel and not stainless on that. Because yours is definitely older than mine is. And if you guys just got here too, this is a gift from Sprinkle Donut Forge, which is why he's here watching to see what happens with it. I'm not taking any more risks with that cut. Yeah, look, we can't talk about OnlyFans too much or the live stream will cut out. Remember the last time we started talking about OnlyFans, and every time we talked about it for too long, the stream cut off and I had to start it again? Which I'm pretty sure was just YouTube having a bad day itself, rather than the subject of the discussion. But it was timed very well. You know, it's fair. I get lost at remember quite often too. Do you remember the time when I said that thing? Do you remember the time when I said that thing? No, no, sir, I do not. If the package says stainless and you got stainless, I know at one point they did switch from carbon to stainless, but like I don't remember exactly what I read on that. So I'm pretty sure you can safely assume stainless. It would have been nice if it said something more than stainless. Because I mean, normally when they don't identify the blade steel, it's a little sus. But when you were buying knives back in the day, you know, unless that steel was really special, they didn't really tell you what kind it was. It didn't matter. Of course, the Pakistanis and the stainless Japan and surgical steel knives loved telling you what they were. I don't miss sleep deprivation. There's a reason I have medication. I like sleeping more than 2 hours a night. No, sir. We have surpassed 420 J2's performance. Oh, I'm sure the file work on the spine looks good. I forget what the hell I was just about to say, speaking of memory issues. That's okay. We need that kid to drop by and start, knock off knives. What is up, brother? I think we got the whole crew in here. I think we got the whole crew. So if anybody can find out definitively, knockoff can, see if you can find the specific blade steel on the Schrade Golden Spike, post 1995. I couldn't find anything outside of guys saying they wouldn't list the steel, but you're better at that than I am. You're not that late. Normally these streams start at 5, not 4. But I'm trying to see if I can go till 9 and give you guys an extra hour. Let's see if I can break the 4-hour barrier again. Like, I know that one time we made it past, we made it to 6 hours. I don't know how the hell I did that. Okay, so he's finding 7CR17. I know somebody else, it might have been, can't remember who now, unfortunately, also said 7CR17, so that looks like that's probably it. We're going to go with 7CR17 as a very educated guess. Okay, so yeah, we're getting information now. You know, something we could use as a slip joint is a micro kukri with a pocket clip. Get on that. Like 3-inch blade. The humpback on the kukri sticking out far enough that you can pinch it and open it instead of having to do the nail nick. So yeah, so far this is holding up like a CR steel does. With it being 7CR17, it's either going to last a little bit less time than 8CR, so 2-hour mark, or it's going to last a bit longer because either the 7, the carbon is making the difference, or that, what is it, vanadium or chromium will be making the difference. I'm not sure which one is going to win out. Yeah, I mean, if you're buying Schrade, you're buying from name recognition, and also there's not like a huge tax on buying the name either. You know, you're not dealing with someone like Benchmade where just because it has that name on it, there's a huge markup. No, so the 7CR17, like, I know that this one was a run from 1995 to 2004. That is what I read online. So they were using it before they were bought out. The production run ended when they sold. Yeah, see, this is why I love having Knockoff here. He helps make these things so much easier to explain. Yes, I mean, it's, you know, like, we got an hour in and it stopped shaving predictably. But no, if your package said 7CR17, then it's probably 7CR17. I don't think they would have switched out steels unless they had a very good reason to. Like, they probably went to stainless to get away from rusting issues and maybe get better edge retention than carbon steel, or at least the carbon steel they were using. It's like, if you nail a perfect heat treatment on carbon steel, it can hold an edge through the stupidest shit. Well, yeah, that was the thing is everywhere I looked online, it wasn't a ton of places, but it was all a chorus of they won't tell us what the steel is. We're not sure. But if I'm going to put that Gerber quadrant into this mix, I'm definitely reprofiling that to 18 degrees. That's a good score for 15 bucks. Yeah, Sprinkles says the guy he got this from said it was early 90s, which, or from the 90s. So this is post 1995. Okay, so 7CR17. Got it. So we are comparing 7CR to 8CR right now. So far, I'm not seeing a huge difference in the performance. Well, Knockoff's got it. Like he knows his way around figuring out steels. Yeah, because like the places I looked online that I saw made the Schrade Plus look like the Gerber Mystery Steel. You know, it's steel, but they don't want to say what it is. Oh yeah, the only steel we've had that wasn't cutting nicely at this point anymore was one of the Ozark Trail axis lock knives from this last holiday season. And I'm almost willing to bet that I might have been able to get it to cut a bit longer if I reprofiled the edge. But that wore out after an hour. Like it was in pretty bad shape. And it stropped back up pretty nicely. And the number of grits I go through on that strop probably also gave me a little tiny convex at the peak of the apex. So I don't think that's hurting anything either. No, that like don't get me wrong, it's a $5 knife with an axis lock on it. Like there's not really a valid complaint to be made necessarily about the steel. It's just a 420J2. I don't think I've seen that on anything else at all. And even then we're speculating 420J2 on it because of how poorly it held its edge doing this. Huh. Yeah, it seems like Ozark Trail's really starting to try to take market share away from bigger brands. You know, it's kind of like Harbor Freight's rolling out nicer tool lines. I think they're starting to do that too. You know, hence the axis lock knives and Ozark Trail Leatherman. Like Ozark Trail multi-tools seem to be doing a bit better and being made a bit better. Like I'm not sure I'd really trust the steel like on one of the screwdrivers on there to really hold up to something that's really stuck. Like you're talking about light use. Yeah, well, I mean, that's the thing, Fook, is when you're pushing down on a blade like this, you don't have to worry about the lock. It's just when you start pulling up on it or trying to make sketchy puncturing cuts, then you worry about the lock. Oh, Sprinkles, did you see that old Chandler Dickinson video whenever people were giving him shit about railroad spike knives? And he did a railroad spike knife and put it through the journeyman knife maker's test, and it passed everything except the bend test. You know, because the bend test, it's not going to spring back from a 90-degree bend. Like, that was nuts. Like, it did just good enough to make it through that test. Okay, so we're back to guessing. Because, yeah, like, they should have had the same stainless for the whole run if they're doing a 1995 to 2004. Well, let's try one of my arch enemies out. And this one is a 26-pound crush test box 2. Fook, thank you, sir. Cake Steak, what's going on, man? As Fook posted, we're raising money for Make-A-Wish Georgia this month. Trying to help my guy as much as we can that's doing the fundraiser every year. If you got $1 or $2 to drop in the hat, it's greatly appreciated. And if you don't, no pressure. Just throwing the link out there. Well, running was invented in 1913, so people who wanted to go fast had to walk really hard in 1912. So we got one with a tear along the dotted line. That is going to be annoying unless I cut it all the way off. Sorry. I don't know what's happening, but I always feel like I have to do that kind of non-stop. I'm sure there's some kind of gastrointestinal problem happening right there, but I cannot afford to go get it dealt with. So I don't. Boy, this piece is a little on the tall side. So, the file knife, what is that? That's usually, I think, if it's made from one of the old Nicholson files or something like that, that's 1095, which is a good basic carbon steel for knife. But, you know, you're not going to get the stainless qualities out of it that you're looking for or anything like that. But, like the Tops Storm Vector, the Tops does amazing things with 1095. It's just all down to that heat treatment. Yeah, Sprinkles, most of our regulars here are as broke as we are, which is how they wound up regulars here. But I hit the light. You know, if we're catching somebody that just came in watching, then definitely trying to reach out to them. Okay, so it made it past the dotted lines pretty nicely, but I forgot to cut that one down another step. And in about 30 minutes here, I'm going to have to break off and run upstairs and grab the pizza box. Because you know I spoil you guys. Oh no, broke is not broken. However, there's not a lot of money between all of us. And that's the thing. That's how people wind up on watching what I'm doing here, is because I'm, you know, going through so many dirt cheap knives, trying to find those exceptions where they are fantastic knives. They're just not expensive. And we found quite a few so far. As a matter of fact, the giveaway knife. That thing is also a fantastic little knife. And it's like, you get a titanium frame knife for like, I think it might be up to like 27 bucks. It was 25 when I bought it. You know, which is an outrageous deal. We get the pizza box at the 2-hour mark. Like, we developed a routine with these live streams. I think I've done 10 or 12 so far, something like that. And of course, this isn't one of the ones we normally do, where we have the 20-sided die pick a knife out. So yeah, file knives. You can buy old Nicholson files that have been used up for really cheap and forge one out of that. That's part of why they're so popular among blacksmiths. But it's usually 1095 steel, which only comes from old files. Modern files will be something case hardened, or at least that's what you can expect out of it. And then you're not going to be able to make a knife out of that. You can make a knife-shaped object, but it won't heat treat. If you find a farrier's rasp knife, those are a bit more reliable as far as being high carbon steel. Farrier's rasps seem to be a little bit more consistent high carbon steel, even newer ones. And you can buy buckets of those that are worn out for dirt cheap. Now, with the popularity of Forged in Fire skyrocketing, Sprinkles here knows more than I do about the rasp and file deal. Because most of the stuff I did was a 5160 spring steel or 1095 and 15N20 Damascus. I wouldn't expect them to necessarily be knife-shaped objects. Because again, like, you can get an old Nicholson file for $2 or $3, and if you're fast, you can get one of those banged out in the heat and do the grinding on it in a few minutes and be out of there. And of course, if you've got a press, you can just stamp them into shape immediately and then spend a few minutes on the grinder and move on. So it's really hard to tell what they could or couldn't be, but you know, if you got your doubts, probably shouldn't buy it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's easy enough to sterilize those things, dude. They sterilize equipment for humans all the time. I think we're starting to see some significant wear on... Wait, let me reserve judgment. We're starting to get somewhere, some. So starting to feel like we're approaching 440 territory. Yeah, this is starting to feel like how 440 did. Brother, you're gonna have to ask more people than me. I'm not a traditional guy. However, the drop point and the spade blade look like they're never bad options. But dude, believe it or not, kukri could be fun. One of the reasons we wound up doing this, especially on these cheap knives, is I've seen a lot of reviews where guys just take it out of the box, flip it open and close once or twice, and be like, yeah, this thing's awesome, and not actually use it. And if we're going to take a look at this stuff, I'd like to be able to have some kind of consistent metric for edge retention and stuff like that. So we wound up here. Yeah, I actually switched my Insta over to knives, I guess, and then promptly forgot that I had it. Like, literally, that was probably the better part of a week ago, and I just now remembered that I did that. But yeah, like, if you want to see some misery, I put knives from Temu through this, and those were taking 200 to 300 cuts over the course of about 2 hours, and not this kind of live stream, and they still sucked to play with. Moral of the story, you can buy a strop and you can buy diamond paste off Temu, and they work great. Don't buy knives off Temu. As a matter of fact, that Browning clone from Temu, that one went pretty much all night with minimal edge wear. Yeah, this is definitely starting to feel like 440. All right, Fook, it's your turn. Frankenstein, Grim Reaper, Mummy, or Scuba Guy? The night, we did the night right when we opened the video. You got Grim Reaper, Frankenstein, Mummy, or Scuba Guy? Scuba it is. Oh no. Dead batteries in Scuba. Where are... All right. We're putting new batteries in Scuba Guy. Where did my screwdrivers go? There we are. One of these will do it. Don't worry, we're going to get you your Scuba Guy, guys. Well, I think YouTube's messaging thing was like a lot of other things online. You know, people are fucking animals, so you had a whole lot of like white supremacist shit going on. You had a whole lot of like whole lot of pedophile stuff happening. Like, you had a lot of problems there. And of course, you had a lot of trolls that were just nothing but hate. All right, so we need 3 batteries. 1, 2. And 3. Believe it or not, I didn't buy 50 because I needed 50. That was just the cheapest you could get them, like $7. Okay, so they need to be going in facing, I think this way. Because I think the batteries are starting to go out on this one on the last live stream. Okay, so Scuba Guy is back in business. We don't have a song, so we're just going to rip a few shots. One more. There we go. They all sound wet. Like, I don't remember messaging, but I also had no reason to message anybody on YouTube back in the day, so I just missed out on the whole thing. But I think I hit YouTube, or I was able to start watching YouTube maybe 2009, when we got high-speed dial-up out in Carrollton. Oh, I made sure I protected my butt heads. Like, when batteries started going out, that's why for the longest time I only had 4 to pick from. Those were the 4 that still had working batteries. Yeah, I don't think YouTube has really cracked down on gun tubers. They're still alive and well. And you still have very aggressively growing channels that started off small and started off fairly recently. I think they're making too much money off it. But that is one humble opinion. Thank you, Fook. There's the Make-A-Wish link. Raising money all month this month. If you got a couple bucks to throw in the hat, it is fantastic that you do so. And if you don't worry, no pressure. Trying to help a friend out. He does this every year and spends a whole month working on it. And he does a lot of work behind the scenes trying to make this happen. Last year I got him plugged in. With Eduardo Saul, who was on Forged in Fire, who made a knife for the fundraising. Yeah, like, I know gun tubers, you can't show working on guns, you can't show working on your ammo. Like, You know, what is it? Reloading. You can't show reloading your ammo, stuff like that. But obviously, these guys are still figuring out how to game the system. Huh! Popular in Russia. That is... I wonder why. Like, there's got to be a reason why it's popular in Russia. I would say if someone I guarantee hasn't already done it, I know it has to have happened. Somebody needs to go real quick and make an account that says FBI surveillance team and be like, yeah, we're paying attention. But I am pretty sure every possible variant of that name is taken for that exact purpose. I've looked at obsidian blade, or I've thought about obsidian blades. The only problem is getting one thin enough to make these cuts. Like, most of the blades I've seen are so thick, and they have such a teardrop shape going into the middle. There's no way they'd push through this. That's the only thing I see with those. And something thin enough to do that would be snapped almost immediately. So I kind of don't want to burn up the effort making one of those on 3 seconds worth of cardboard cutting. I'm sure it'll slice through just fine, but that little bit of tweak side to side would most likely break something thin enough to cut this. Hey guys, I'm gonna sleep like the dead tonight. Oh my god. Like I'm falling asleep sitting here. Palmer Connolly, what's up? So we are definitely approaching the 2-hour mark, which means soon we are going to edge test this thing. I will go get the pizza box and treat you guys to that thing. Sorry, I'm asking the wife for a can of Monster. See if she can grab me one before she leaves work. I said the only caveat to that is they got to be willing to know that that thing could snap on the first cut. Because a lot of these cuts take some pressure. They're not that nice surgical drag cut. And God, that 18-degree profile is so nice. Yeah, it's still slicing. I'm just feeling the wear up in here where it's been taking most of the cuts. You know, it's definitely not wrecking the edge nearly as fast as the old wives' tale would lead you to believe. You know, it surprises me that there was so much of that don't cut cardboard going around. Because at least I heard it from more than a couple of places way, way back when. But we tested 440 steel from 1980 that took 2 hours of this. Which, if you're at a point where you're cutting cardboard for 2 hours straight, you know, you're probably going to have already bought something better, or you're just using a razor knife or a box cutter and throwing out the blades as needed. All right, we're gonna finish off this piece of cardboard. We're gonna do our edge retention test. I go grab pizza box and can of Monster. That's why I'm asking for one on the way out the door from work from the missus. Because that was supposed to be when I wake up tomorrow, but I'm long blinking now, like I'm just sitting here fighting sleep. But I wanted to do a live stream, and I wanted to do a live stream with this thing specifically. Yeah, well, I mean, that's the thing is, like, we're still in super cheap knife edge retention territory. You know, we've had $10 knives take this and more and still be just fine. Like, you'd be amazed at the edge retention we get out of these things. You know, what we're really looking for is standouts that are, you know, just, they're so bad that, you know, they're not worth the money. They're not worth carrying. Because again, like 8CR13, some of the cheapest knives on the planet, 2.5 hours. We're not even at that mark yet. Did you ever wonder if your mom gave dad a blowjob right before she kissed you goodnight? Oh, cool. I know I've seen a Paratool before in a couple of my Faceballs groups, but I cannot remember what the hell it looks like. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. I wanted to have a good metric to compare these things with, and so that I learn what these steels can do. Because honestly, for a while there, I thought that 440 was worse than 8CR13, and D2 was only a little better than 8CR13, or almost the same. No, there's a pretty big difference. Pretty big. All right. And I found some new paper to test going through one of my closets. We've got some stuff that's lightweight cardstock, as well as some nicely colored copy paper. So I've been playing around with that. So it's still cutting this well enough. However, of course, we are seeing wear at the heavy cutting point. Let's try some regular copy paper. Yeah, it's still going pretty strong. Like, that is not a ton of wear, it's just stopped shaving. I can feel just the slightest bit of wear and the slightest bit of rag on the cut. So we got that going good. Let's try this cardstock out. I haven't really played with this, but might be able to hear that. Yeah, you can see where it starts clean and then your rag starts showing up right through here. That's where your wear is starting to show up in this area right here. Okay, so we are getting good information from this. Let me clean this blade off real quick before trying this again. Okay. That may have been just crap stuck to the blade. Yeah, no. Some cuts are good, some cuts are rough. Okay, so it is stuff sticking. This is weird. So we got stuff stuck to the blade again. That is weird. I thought we were going to get useful data out of this, but yeah, I don't want to test something like K390. Oh, okay, I gotcha. Gotcha. Okay, so it looks like we're still in really good shape. There is minimal edge wear, like minimal. It seems like whatever this paper is, stuff will start sticking to it after the first cut, and then that second cut creates the rag, and then when I clean it off, we're back to clean cuts again. So you can still see there's like a little difference right here. It stops, and then you got this raised area, which is in the worn part of the blade. So yeah, it does show some edge wear. Well, no, it's going to deteriorate, and at some point we'll see when those cuts, the edges start rolling over instead of cutting. That's the point where we got a strop, and we've we've hit 2 hours, so we're doing better than 440, or we're doing better than 1980 440. So this might be newer 440 with a better heat treatment on it, is my thought. Okay. So I'm going to go get pizza box and a can of Monster. I'll be right back, and we're going to do pizza box. Oh, it feels good to stand up. Holy shit buckets. Guys, don't go anywhere. I'm coming back. I'm coming back. All right, who got hired and who got fired? I'll be honest. If I were to try to do a 24-hour stream, it would be a fundraising stream with a large enough platform to do something good. Thank you, folks. Speaking of which, make a wish time. If you got a couple bucks to throw into the link, great. If not, no pressure. All right, so we're going in on the Monster Rio Punch. I have got a replacement coming home now. This was supposed to be for tomorrow morning. We're going to throw out the old Rio punch can. Pizza time! And these boxes are real flimsy. Little Caesars has very flimsy boxes, but for dirt cheap pizza, I guess I can't complain too much. Sister Donut, thanks for dropping by. You know, I kind of want to take a look and see where the edge degradation gets too fast to count as a good sharpening anymore. Because if you guys have been here for the last couple of Little Caesars boxes, you know these things have been a struggle to cut because the cardboard's so flimsy and likes to flop around. This thing is just blazing through it. And of course, if we get the Terminus XR out that also got sharpened to 18 degrees, it blazes right through it too. Yeah. All right, so Little Caesars is halfway through atoning for their sins. Yeah, this one's doing all right. But the knife is also cutting it real easy. Okay, so this needs to not be folded in like this no more. There she blows. There we are. Yeah, these things have been a lot harder to cut in the past. So these pizza boxes, the Little Caesars boxes, they're easier to cut, but they're harder to keep straight because the cardboard is very flimsy. So you got a trade-off here. The cardboard is much, much thinner, which means a knife with a good edge will go through it easier. We've had knives with crap edges that just tore through it and made it impossible to cut easily. But tonight, this one's going down easy. Like these pizza boxes have been taking a long time to cut because they're so flimsy. I think this is the fastest one we've had by a wide margin. Because normally we're at that for like 10-15 minutes. Get off of my lights. I don't want you on my lights. My lights are too pretty. They can't be covered. be the design for this? Probably an extended clip point, something like that. Not quite a clip point. I don't know. It's not quite a recurve. Modified clip point. Trailing point, that's the one I was looking for. Yes, that's it. Nah, trailing point's the right one for this. It's a trailing point. It's just got the slight curve back through here, but that's the most accurate. So a true clip point would come flat across here and then dip in. So that will be a clip point. That's what I was saying, modified, like really, really stretched out. But where'd it go? Oh, all the way over there. Like a clip point would do this number right here. Like, that's your clip point right there. So one thing that I've been thinking about for the last couple of days here is there's a guy that creates content, and I think it's TikTok. I don't know, I've only seen guys covering what happened there, but he's one of the most petty people on the planet. And he's not really hiding the fact that he's a recovering addict. And somebody jumped in the comments on one of his videos and said something to the effect of you deserve to relapse and die, something like that. This guy goes into the dude's profile and finds out the guy's dad died of like cancer or something like that. So he goes and gets a picture of the guy's dad on his leg standing there with the Grim Reaper. And that is just, that's the level of petty I aspire to. Like, I've done some petty things, but nothing like that. You know, I got mad at a bank that I was using for something that was pretty much my fault anyways. But I got mad and I left something like 28 cents in the account. Took everything else out. And I left it in there so that they would have to pay first like 25 cents, then 50 cents each month to send me a letter with my bank statement, or to send me my bank statement. And I let that go for something like 2 years before they finally closed the account out. All right, Fook, we'll see you in a bit, man. One of the other things I did is I went to get gas at one point, and a friend of mine went in to pay while I was pumping the gas. And he came out and said the guy behind the counter was like kind of a dick to him. So I was like, I tell you what, here's a dime. I'm going to pump 9 cents in gas. I want you to give him this dime, and then when he doesn't do anything else, ask for your change after he closes the register. And he went in there. He did. He came back out with a penny. But he said the guy just started throwing shit around the area behind the counter, whatever you call it. you know, it's one of those many things where I'm glad that our current environment with, you know, filming everything and recording everything and posting it online, I am so glad that didn't exist. Because there's so many things where I would be in so much fucking trouble for. Like, I'd still be getting canceled for it today. Like, they'd be going back in time to cancel me in 1997. He's also going for speed. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, you let people take an inch, they will take a mile. It wouldn't take long for that to spiral into just whole tanks of gas not getting paid for. You know, honestly, knowing what people are. You know, I had a couple of friends, you know, they were my smoking buddies. And one of them had a really nice little life cut out for himself. You know, he came from a well-off family, driving a nice car, always had nice clothes on, never had any real problems in life, and then he got arrested for filling up on gas and not paying for it before he took off. He did that a few too many times and he got caught. Or no, that was his cousin. No, he I don't know if he committed insurance fraud or he genuinely went through the experience. But he went and picked up his dealer and went into a real shitty part of town to make a deal. And the story is, dude pointed a gun at him, told him to get out of his truck because he had a nice truck with, he just put 20-inch wheels on it and he had 15-inch speakers in the back behind the seats. And all that was cleaned out and the truck was burned later on. But both those guys have gone pretty far downhill. Yeah, I lost track of the chat going on that tangent. Oh, God. I need to quit long blinking. It's only been 2 hours. That's kind of interesting. You couldn't get away with doing that out here, or where I grew up. I said I lived in a neighborhood where gas stations sold steel wool. I am feeling wear. I am feeling wear on this thing. Like right now, we don't have a bunch of boxes that got a bunch of tape on them. So we haven't had the edge getting gummed up with tape. Not yet. But this is definitely not as clean of a cut as it was at the beginning. Oh, I can feel it starting. At least I think I can. Yeah, everybody's kind of gone in with each other on chat, and I can't think of anything interesting to add right now. Like, my brain is so dead. Like, I'm still long blinking trying to stay awake. I don't know about knife designers, but I have absolutely zero interest in ever picking up a Medford. Yeah, I don't know if you guys saw it, but I believe it was Medford at Blade Show 3 years ago. Showed up with a shirt, basically blasting Chinese counterfeit knives, the clones. But he had the most racist possible caricature of a Chinese person that has been drawn since about 1960 on that shirt, and he had full-on English on that thing, selling it and displaying it. It's like, bro, no, I do not want to be asleep, or I don't want to be associated with that. Bye. That was like the Blade show before my first one, and you know, we're not going to get political here, but I know where my values are, and that ain't it. So, I mean, before I even knew what Medford was, he already lost me. I am hoping I don't wind up cutting myself on stream. I don't want to deal with cleaning up that mess, but it's always a possibility. I'm definitely not going to sleep while I'm doing this. I've only cut 11 fingers off, so this is all I got left. Yeah, it's still cutting, and I'm starting to wonder how much of this is the edge geometry now versus the steel itself. Like I'm feeling the wear on it. I am feeling the wear on the edge, and it's wearing like HCR13 so far. But we're not getting the cardboard tearing and rolling the way I've been getting. Like I said, Sprinkles, I'm still learning this stuff too. Like, I expected that we would have significant edge wear by now, and we don't. And now I don't know whether it's the edge that I put on it or the steel. And if it's 440 with a better heat treatment than the Buck 110 that was heat treated in 1980 or 1979, then I'm going to say it's probably going to hold an edge better than that vintage 440. This is where clear identification on the steel would have been nice. Punisher, thank you for the link. That link is for Make-A-Wish Georgia. Raising money for them this month, for the whole month. If you got a couple bucks to drop in the hat, we would all appreciate it greatly. And if you don't, no worries at all, no pressure. Just letting you know what's out there. Try farting louder, dude. Like, you really got to grunt it out like a man. Oh, oof. Yeah, I'm starting to see the little tears and stuff that are indicative of some edge wear. Like, we got that right there where it didn't quite cut so smooth. But until we hit the point where it's just doing all the tearing and rolling, I'm not 100% sure what we're looking at yet. I'm also not seeing the haze of fine scratches from the cardboard that I normally see on 8CR. Or any of our CR series. I take that back. I am seeing some. No, we had some proper rednecks out here that also said cow pissing on a flat rock pretty regularly. The Sprinkles is in Moscow, Texas. See, now I'm starting to feel the cuts get more difficult. She's getting there. She's getting there. Yeah, I was just thinking to myself, I hope this wasn't a collector's item, which that would be hilarious if it was. It would be unfortunate, but it would also be funny. Every chat that I have been in just about winds up deferring to food, like consistently. You know, I've seen where there are guys out there that are really attached to the Schrade old timer name, and they're attached to Uncle Henry's, but I'm not sure how many of them like really seriously collect. Or that's kind of like me with my soft spot for Schrade because of that 470T Beast and all the old timers that I had when I was a kid that I broke or lost. Yeah, this is starting to take some oomph to cut. And like, I know modern Schrades are, well, I don't know, but from what I've gathered, modern Schrades are no great shakes. The last one that I bought was a cool knife, but definitely not the best edge geometry on it or anything else going on there. And of course, there's always the expected industry standard that when a knife company gets sold, the quality goes down the toilet. I know we're all still waiting to see if that happens to Ontario. Yeah, and I'm still looking at getting an old beat-up case knife to sharpen and an old case to sharpen up and put through here. So like I can find old cases on eBay for like, you know, 20 bucks, which ain't too shabby. You know, the only thing I have against ordering off eBay is Amazon Prime has ruined me for patience. I was always impatient to begin with. Like, if I knew I had mail coming in, I'd be stocking that mailbox. I'd be stocking that mailbox constantly. Old Timer Heritage Edition, D2, a purple pack of wood. Let me guess, that's a traditional or a lockback, isn't it? Yeah, like, I got my Rat 2 right after the company sold, before the old stock could run out. I probably should have gotten a Rat 1 a long time ago, but it was just kind of on the list. But as boring as it looks, so many other shinies got in the way. Oh, fixed blade. Okay. Oh, if I order pizza, like, I'm walking in the kitchen looking at the pizza tracker about every 2 minutes. It's like, yes, I want to disappoint myself again. Yeah, these are starting to take some pressure. Now, I will say this week's review knife is a cold steel, and I cannot tell you how happy I am to be back on one of the good knives after carrying that fucking quadrant. Yeah, $100 seems to be about the average for what can be reliably pinned down as S35 VN. Like, I've got that Wallerton on the Amazon list for future testing, but that's just $35 I don't have right now. All right, let's take a look at our edge. It's been 2.5 hours and I'm starting to feel some pretty serious drag. Okay, so we're still doing all right there. Is this wear or just a bad cut? We're starting to see edge wear, but not a lot. Like a little bit of rag on the cut, and it's having a hard time getting through these cuts. Okay, so we're still doing better than 8CR. Let's see, we got a thicker piece of cardboard over here. What's our edge crush test on this? 32 pounds. We're going back up to the standard 32. Yeah, guys, I can't pin down what's going on here exactly. This might be where stuff starts showing up. Yes, at some point here I need to throw the that Montecala in the mix with the 14C28N, see if we can actually get a good test on that. I am still pissed off at that Sativian. We need a fart toy. All right, 1977, you are right. Do you want Grim Reaper, Mummy, Frankenstein, or Alien? Your pick. Alien. All right. Alien coming up as soon as this piece of cardboard's done. Yeah, the edge wear on this is just so damn minimal. All right. All right, one more. I love how those have become a fixture on the channel. Like I thought those would be like a one and done deal. All right, knockback. We will see you in a bit. Knockback, knock off. God, my brain is so fried. And I really wish we knew what steel this was for sure. It's like I am questioning steel versus edge geometry, but like on our ACR 13, we've had a couple of knives now perform exactly the same from different factories, and I'm assuming different factory edges. So I don't think the edge is playing that far into the retention. And I think a lot of them did get stropped up really hard, so they got the same slightly convex edge bevel that this one got. I think unobtainium is still licensed, and I don't want to pay royalties, so we're going to call it hard to findium. Well, yeah, transitioning into stuff like D2, and every time another steel takes over for it as the new king of the budget steels, it gets better. You know, it used to be 440, and then 440 got supplanted by, I don't know. I don't know the progression. I just know at some point D2 used to be kind of the super steel of choice, and then it just worked its way down to where now it's like good budget steel. We have almost filled a giant box with shredded cardboard. Like I've got 4 boxes already that I got to take back. Number 5 is being filled as we speak. And we're about to move on to number 6 shortly. We going through it, guys. So the story behind the table, this is like a little folding stool that I got from my great-grandmother at one point, I think for maybe a Christmas back when I was a kid. And then it ended up being the right height for this. and it's lived through so many moves. Like, I made a bad decision and shouldn't be here, or got kicked out because I was dealing with bad people. But I had to grab my shit and get, and somehow this kept making it with me. But you can see, like, it's got super glue piled up here, and I'm not sure exactly where from. Somebody from my party boy days put a cigarette burn here. I'm not sure who. I know it was a long time ago. But we got spills staining it. We got somebody drawing on it with a pen. That was probably one of my kids. So at this point, I'm like, you know what? We can use it for knife testing because it's not really going to make it that much worse. But now the surface has just got cuts all down here. Punisher, thank you so much. This is the Make-A-Wish link. If you just dropped in, we're raising money for Make-A-Wish Georgia all month. And the link there will take you straight to it. And so you're not relying on me to take your money and put it in there for you. That link goes straight to Make-A-Wish. And if you got a couple bucks to drop in the hat, I would be immensely grateful. Oh, man. Yeah, this little table here has been with me through a lot. I don't know how it survived. I know for a lot of time it served as like the bedside table or next to the couch for holding ashtrays, stuff like that. And those of y'all that have been around the block for a minute know about Punisher. I'm glad you were here, man. I appreciate you. But those of y'all that party hard back in the day know all about accidentally grabbing a can of Coke that's full of cigarette butts. God knows we've all done that at least once. Like, I got real good at keeping track of what was what, because basically if it was my drink, it never left my hands. I've saved a few people from doing that, and there were a few people that wouldn't listen when I'm like, no, don't. Aw, it's too late. Yeah, if there's anything available that's not expensive, that has any kind of decent amount of carbon in the steel, you got a bunch of knives made out of it floating around somewhere. You know, railroad spike knives are just for the novelty. I will say '01 tool steel makes a pretty decent knife. We tested that out with a knife that I made, and it did pretty decent. Which, of course, a lot of blade steel started off as tool steel. Yeah, that 52-100 can get really, really, really high HRCs. That being said, whenever it's hardened, it is a pain in the left ass to work with because of those HRCs. I had some 52-100 that I tried to drill a hole in it after it had been normalized like 5 times, and it still annihilated every drill bit I threw at it. That was impressive. I could not get a hole drilled in it. Well, yeah, that's why I said most. Most blade steels start off as tool steels. Not all of them. You always got guys who are going to be like, no, I can do this better, or I'm going to learn how to do this better, or I got an idea. All right, it's time to change boxes of cardboard, shredded cardboard. Oh. That's box number 5. We ain't filling up box number 6 tonight. Yeah, I'd kind of love to see someone screw around with making a tungsten carbide knife. I'm sure somebody has. I'm pretty sure the edge retention would be quite awful, but I just want to see. Like, here's a folding knife. It's not a Midgard's Messer that you could just beat someone to death with. Yeah, she's still going, dude. This is where I really, really, really wish we could find out what the steel actually is on this, instead of spitballing guesses. But that being said, what was it? The 440C we did the same thing. It just lasted all night. I said, I'm curious about what the edge retention would be on tungsten carbide. Like, that's what interests me. There's only a Schrade Plus, so that means it is stainless after Schrade switched over to stainless, but according to everything I've read online, they don't tell you specifically what that stainless is. We've had a couple of guesses at 7CR17 knockoff knives, and a couple other people came through with that, but then they kind of walked that back a little bit after taking another look, so we just don't really know. If this sold for 110 in the 90s, adjusted for inflation, that would be like around 200 bucks. But since you said something like that, Wait a minute, wait a minute. I've heard of Sandrin before, a long ass time ago. Yeah. Yeah, that's the one where they're talking about making the tungsten carbide blades, I think. And how crazy the edge retention was on them. Sprinkles, I don't know why you send me stuff that's far too nice. So yeah, if it was commanding that kind of price back then, this might be this might be a little bit of a collector's piece. Oops. But I know you sent it to me to use it for something. I know you didn't want to sit in there gathering dust. Okay. Yeah, like I wouldn't think they'd be selling golden spikes now unless they started making them again. At least what my research was able to turn up, these stopped getting made in 2004 when Schrade got sold. And if they're making them again, they're definitely making them cheaper. Because again, when knife companies get sold, they are now cursed. I'm going to venture a guess that cold steel as seen in Red Dawn was from when cold steel was far less known, which made it a far cooler piece. And I bet you those are worth a few bucks today. Brother, I ain't trying to grind that shit. You know, as little patience as I had for making knives to begin with. No. No way, Jose. No, sir. Not a chance. I ain't gonna. Oh yeah, no, once I thought the name up, I'm like, there's no way I can not do that. Like, it has to happen. Now, I know old mill saw blades, or sawmill blades, those were good for making knives, good basic high carbon. I think they were 1095. But of course, the new ones are just carbide tips, and the steel under the carbide tips is non-hardenable, at least in most cases. And again, not personal experience, just what I've seen from everybody that knows more than me online. Oh, speaking of which, if I'm at Harbor Freight again, I need to pick up one of their ceramic knives and try that out on here. Like, that's one that we definitely need to test out as a ceramic knife to see how it holds up. We'll have to have a backup knife because that ceramic knife is probably going to take a big chip snap almost immediately. Is what secret? You lost me. I've been jumping from tangent to tangent. I know my family's not safe. Pizza Hut still has them. We need more famous people showing off their knife collections. Like, I wonder if like Keanu Reeves has an absolute monster of a knife. No, he wouldn't. I wonder if Keanu Reeves has a few knives that he hangs around, that he hangs on to. So I know Keanu Reeves doesn't really do materialistic stuff. Like, he doesn't have a whole ton of property to his name. Lives pretty sparingly. He's kind of known for that. But I do wonder what his choice in blades is. Oh, Fook, you're back? Sorry. Fucking, I completely missed all that, Fook. I thought you were still here. I'm so tired. And yeah, he posted the Make-A-Wish link, which we know what that is by now. And who else in here saw, what was it, The Dark Knight Rises, I believe? And the Joker showed up and he pulled his knife out, and you look at it like, that is straight up gas station trash right there. That is a gas station ass knife if I ever saw one. Like, that damn near hurt my feelings. I'm not gonna lie. Knock off. What's up, brother? Yeah, I mean, honestly, if I was that kind of famous and wealthy, I would definitely be kind of popping around all kinds of places like Blade HQ and Knife Network and just kind of sitting around shooting the shit and showing stuff off. All right, so we are at the 3-hour mark. Obligatory edgeware check. However, I got to get this thing in some denatured alcohol and get the tape off of this thing, or the glue residue. I need a new DNA jar. This one is this jar for denatured alcohol is letting it evaporate. This is the only spot on YouTube you can come to for 4 hours straight of cutting up cardboard. From what I saw, it didn't look like a Benchmade, but I could be wrong. It looks like the Joker knife you see on Amazon. Let me see if I can find it. Get back here. Yeah, this is what it was. Not saying it was not like a nicer knife than this, but this is what we were looking at. Slightly different, but you get the gist. Really? Microtech Halo. Let me look it up. Better yet, Smith & Wesson Extractor 1600 OTF. The Microtech used in the movie was a Trudon. Okay, so the Trudon showed up when they're dropping his weapons out in jail. The Smith & Wesson OTF was in the scene with what's-her-face. Okay, so now we got answers. So the one I'm thinking of was definitely a cheap-ass knife. Which kind of suits the character, but still. I don't know why I took it personal. All right. We're go for edge test. All right, yeah, it's still holding on. Like, it's getting a little rough, but so it's having a hard time maintaining the cut if the paper deviates any. Yeah, you can see where it's starting to tear out towards the bottom of the cut. Some cuts it's all right, but some of those it's definitely struggling. We're gonna go with minimal, very minimal edge wear. Let's try the cardstock. Yeah, this is definitely showing the wear on it a lot better. Okay, so we are nowhere close to needing to strop, but we are seeing the wear. Yeah, so now we are hitting the point where it's exceeding expectations as far as edge retention. This is definitely doing a lot better than anticipated, which I am not hurt by at all. This may be another one where the knife wins. And like I said, I believe this was the 440C that we did, if memory serves, I think. But we did 440C on something, and it did the same thing this is doing. I haven't watched anything going with Ben and Zach. I believe they were Blade HQ at one point and then branched out. Like I used to watch Knife Banner on Blade HQ whenever they did that, and it was enjoyable. But then they changed hosts and all that, and the vibe changed, and I wasn't feeling it. Like I said, what we're looking at now is starting to strongly remind me of 440C. Like 440C and 9CR18. Guys, the knife might win this one the way we're going. I feel like with it being a newer knife, we might be looking at 440C. Maybe. Oh, nice. At one point, I watched kind of a documentary about the guy that made the Rambo knife, which was really cool. I can't remember what it was called. It's been a long-ass damn time. And I forget what was in most of it. I just remember enjoying watching it. I think it was the first Rambo knife. It was a guy named Bob Lovelace or something like that. Because I know at one point, I think it was the hollow grind that was called the Lovelace grind. But yeah, I know it was the first Rambo knife, and it's been so long that I've forgotten so many details. Let's see. I don't think the edge is quite as mirrored as it used to be. I guess no, it's not quite as much of a mirror as it used to be. You can see down here it's brighter than this up here. No, Fook, you probably know a lot more than I do. Like I said, it's been forever. I have forgotten almost everything I saw. I just remember it was very cool and I enjoyed it when I saw it. And it was on YouTube at one point. That's where I watched it. Because I think I was going down the rabbit hole. I found a video of guys that figured out how to recreate Wootz Damascus. Which was fascinating to watch. You know, because the method for Wootz Damascus was lost for a long time. And these guys were hitting what Wootz Damascus looked like. It looked exactly like Wootz Damascus. It was crucible steel. Like, they pretty much had it perfect. The only differentiator is we don't have the original recipe written down, so you know, it's probably like Roman concrete. They probably figured out the 11 secret herbs and spices and nailed it, and we don't have 100% certain way to tell if that's actually it. But I think I've watched that one like 3 times. Because it was basic crucible steel. It's just there were a few small additives in there that were a little different. I think some different minerals. They kind of did the same job as glass in there does, along with some glass. Yeah, and like I said, this is where we're getting into stuff where I know a little bit about a little bit, but not enough. But I think the hollow grind like this may have originally been called the Lovelace grind. Yeah, no, the stainless is still going, dude. As I said, when we tested 440C, it did pretty much the same thing this is doing so far. Can someone check and see when D2 was introduced to the market as a blade steel? Yeah, I'm guessing 440C as well. If someone can look and see when D2 got introduced to the market, I'm kind of curious to see if that was a contender for this thing. Okay, so given that D2 used to be kind of on the super steel end, and this was apparently like $100 in the 1990s, this could be D2. That says so far we've had D2 and 440C do this. There are parts of the 90s that I like to hang on to, but there's also a lot that I don't want to keep. But hey, I've still got Jinkos. I actually wore Jinkos on a date in 2011, I believe. One of the best years ever for music was 1996. I don't remember what all exactly came out in 1996, but I do know the stuff that was in the rotation on my local radio stations was fucking amazing. Okay. We all went quiet again. Everyone's like, I remember songs from the 90s. They were amazing. One thing I am glad for, I am very glad for, is if you're old enough, you remember when there was the commercials for those CD sets that were like the 80s greatest hits and shit like that. And they were for old music at the time. I am so glad we don't have to see a commercial, one of those commercials for stuff from the 90s. I am so grateful for that. Like, I'm dealing with guys that refuse to believe that I'm over 40 and that I have kids that are almost as old as they are or older. And like, when I first started working at the store that I work at, I walk in there and I hear Blues Traveler on the in-store can of music. I was like, hell yeah, Blues Traveler. Oh, I hate it here. And they ran Blues Traveler, and there was something else. I can't remember what, but I'm sitting there, I'm like, oh, what's next? Collective Soul? Yep, Collective Soul, like 3 weeks later. Yeah, I am rapidly approaching 44. So now my kids hate it when I use modern internet phrases or internet phrases that have recently gone completely out of style, which is a lot more fun. You want to watch somebody in the 18 to 23 range cringe themselves into a grave. Just use the words on fleek. It is fucking hilarious. No, so at one point I found an article and parents in Indonesia are worried that their children have something that they're calling skibbity toilet syndrome. Like, I had heard the phrase skibbity toilet a few times, and then I finally looked it up and I was like, holy shit, number one, this is pretty fucking funny, and two, this is like every other parental scare I have ever seen from the 1980s to now. You know, the only difference is a lot of the stuff that's happening has gotten a lot more dangerous because it's being recorded for the internet. Or a lot of the more dangerous ones are being seen now, like the Tide Pods, the Cinnamon Challenge, stuff like that. And of course, these kids don't know shit about the chokeout game. But they're just the funniest fucking thing. Your child might have skibbity toilet syndrome. Oh my god, and someone did that with a straight face. All right, we're starting to get some nasty cuts. The hollow grind is about average for the hollow grinds we've been using. It's just on a larger surface so I can spread it out a little better. You know, on something this size, the where's the other ones? Let's see, like sorry, I'm trying to find one of our other steep hollow grinds, but even a small hollow grind on this little real estate has a bigger impact than the hollow grind on one with this much space on it. Gotcha, Bill. Yeah, I mean, I'd believe 420HC. It's just, again, like the way it's holding up right now. This is also some confusion between me recently sharpening it and how much is the steel itself, even though we've run the same steel on multiple knives and gotten identical results. So it could be that this is, you know, 420 HC, but with like a borderline perfect heat treatment on it. Yeah, the only reason I'm not voting 420, the only reason is we've seen 440, like higher quality steels, not go as long as this. That's where the confusion is setting in. Like, I know 420 is probably on par with 8CR or a little better. But yeah, like I said, and again, given that this had an inflated price tag on it, it may have very easily had a different steel too. It may have had a higher end steel. So there's a ton of mystery here. You know, we've had the 440 on the Buck 110 wear out after a little over 2 hours and needed to be stropped. And this ain't nowhere close to that. I feel like the wear is starting to pick up a little faster, but that's also like, I'm not seeing it and I'm dead certain about it, so that should tell you a little bit right there. Like, some of these cuts are nearly as easy as they were whenever we first started, and some of them are, yeah, if I start here at the tip, the whole cut's a lot smoother. And then if I start here where I've been starting, it's a bit harder of a cut. Thank you, Fluke. If you've just gotten here and haven't seen the plug about a million times, we're raising money for Make-A-Wish Georgia this month. The link for it's right there. That takes you straight to Make-A-Wish. So, you know, I won't touch it. It just goes straight to Make-A-Wish. If you got a couple bucks, it would be immensely appreciated. And if you don't, no worries. No pressure, just letting you know it's out there. These are going back to work and getting thrown in the baler for recycling. Like, the stack of boxes full of cardboard from the last 2 live streams plus this one can reach to maybe about 12 or 13 inches away from the ceiling in here. I'm assuming that that gen code expired a while ago. Like, how long has it been since I did those videos? Like, it's been a while. Like, if I can remember to go do it, I probably need to go take that discount code off of there. All right, let's take a look. Like, I'm almost not expecting much. Yeah, I'm feeling some drag on it, but I'm still able to get pretty damn clean cuts on this paper. This is just weird. However, the drag cut when it's hanging a little bit loose, no, it's not doing that. As long as I keep it supported, it's okay, but hanging loose, no. For me, it wasn't terrible to sharpen, but you saw the picture of it. I've got that Work Sharp Precision Adjust that, like Cryo D2, it took like 20 some odd minutes to reprofile that whole edge down to 18 degrees. I did that on a stream. Like, this is a Cryo D2, and D2 is definitely one of the harder budget steels now. It took about 20 some odd minutes on a live stream to reprofile the edge completely to 18 from the factory. So that precision adjust, like, it comes with a really rough grit to start off with, and the progression on it's fantastic. So yeah, I think I spent about 45 minutes on this, but that's because I went on both sides twice on every single stone just to make sure I got it as good as possible before I came in here on this. All right, let's take a look at the card stock. That's been showing a lot of the wear a little bit better. It's kind of the same. We're seeing some more edge wear, but it's not, again, not significant. No, this knife does not say China on it. I don't think. No, USA. Schrade Plus USA 153 UH. The system is very, very good. Now, that being said, go for the mid-range one. You got the Precision Adjust, I think, Pro that comes with a digital angle finder, and it's built a little bit more sturdy. And I would love to have that version. The middle of the road version comes with all your sharpening stones, so you can do what you need to do. The bottom end it's missing some stones, and then if you go to buy the stones separately, it costs as much altogether as the mid-range one does anyways. So the year of manufacture on this was between 1995 and 2004, according to what I could find on it. So that's what we've been going with. Do I have any more interesting boxes to cut up? I do. I don't know what was in these boxes, but the edge crush is 32, so we got a good solid number there. It just says experience great taste on the side of the box. Yeah, and like I'm curious to know what the difference is between 420HC and 440. As I said, this is a little bit confusing at this point. You know, our 440, our 440 lasted again like a little over 2 hours. Yeah, composition wise, like is 420HC better than 440 as far as like edge retention and all that, or is it supposed to be a step down from 440? That's kind of one of the things I'm curious about after seeing what's happening here. Because like I don't know enough to really tell you with any confidence that it's the blade steel doing this or the edge profile. I don't know. Like I know one of the things I was worried about while I was sharpening this was it took a long time to get a small burr off of it. Um, and even then I couldn't tell necessarily that there was a burr, like I had to guess. And you know, the burr was a little bit hard to keep track of. You know, I was doing the magic marker on the bevel and going off of that as much as feeling something that resembled a burr. Oh, believe me, Sprinkles, we all learning today. Bill, I do not want to reprofile every single one of those knives and redo them. However, I may test that again next time we have HCR13 come up. It's just going to be a slow start to the live stream. Which means I need to make sure I've got another HCR blade in the mix, because I think we've done three HCR blades, and they've all done pretty much identical. Like some of these cuts are still really damn nice. So are we saying less carbon and more vanadium on the 440 or the 420HC? Usually HC stands for high carbon in a lot of applications, but not always. And yeah, I'm just trying to get this stuff worn down enough where it's not doing that paper cut worth of crap. Yeah, I'm probably going to just find another 8CR13 knife, or one that I've already done is what I'll do. Make sure I've got 8CR, reprofile that to 18 degrees and run a cardboard slayer on that, and see if it lasts a significantly longer amount of time is what we need to do. Because we know we can expect 2.5 hours off of our factory edges. You know, that's part of where the confusion comes from. Is it's been pretty much the exact same amount of time to within about 10 minutes of doing this every time, and they're all on different factory edges. Well, most of our hollow grinds haven't made a huge difference at all. that hasn't really, they usually make it harder to cut with, but it hasn't really added a lot to edge retention. That's the one thing. Hey, beautiful.
Hey, honey. You wanted that monster for tomorrow morning?
Yeah.
Okay.
I got into my other one.
Okay.
I've been long blinking for about 2 hours now.
I didn't want to pick up any dinner. If you want to go get something, let me know.
Nah, we'll figure it out.
Okay, I'll see you later.
All right, love you.
Love you.
All right, yeah, it's the Make-A-Wish plug again. If you haven't seen the plug a million times, raising money for Make-A-Wish Georgia, there is the link right there. Trying to help my buddy out as much as we can. He spends a full month every year working his ass off to raise money. So last year he raised $5 grand. If we can help him exceed that, it would be awesome. Hollow grinds both prevent stuff from sticking to the sides of the blade, and they also give you a smaller apex right here to work with. So they are sharper and easier to get a really sharp, fine edge on. But that being said, they do add some resistance to some cuts. Now, as far as the ergos go, the same spot right here where I'm putting the pressure is definitely feeling it. It's just not getting torn up the way it does on folders. Numpty dilettante. I think I pronounced that right on the first try. What is up? Welcome to Cardboard Slayer. Let's see, who hasn't had a chance yet? Knockoff. Did you pick the last guy? No, that was 1977. Knockoff, you want Grim Reaper, Frankenstein, the Mummy, or the Robot? We already did the Ninja. We're doing the Mummy. Let's see if we can get the song out of him. All right, let's go. Let's get the song. Come on, song. It's got to be here. Yeah. Did our viewer count drop? You know, I'm going to give that a 7.5 out of 10. That was pretty good, Numpty. That was pretty good. Solid dad joke. You can stand on your own 2 feet with that one. But yeah, like, you know, I'm learning this stuff as I go. You know, I can see people talk about, you know, both edge retention, geometry, and all that, and it doesn't make a lot of sense to me until I have it in my hands and try it out myself. You know, like I've seen a lot of guys talk about the geometry and all that. It's like I didn't really learn what the edge angles really were about until I sharpened one and got it wrong. You know, I thought, okay, these guys are talking about these numbers, so 22 degrees should be all right. God, no. God, no. As a matter of fact, is that quadrant still sitting here? Yeah. I got the quadrant. So, I've got the garbage quadrant here, and this one got sharpened at 22 degrees. So, let's see. It's still blasting through this pretty damn well too. Like heavier cardboard, it was a harder cut. Let's see on this double wall stuff. Yeah, like this just pushed my feet off the ground. Trying to cut it. Even diagonal. So yeah, I mean that's where the difference shows up. Sprinkles, you do not like the Gerber. This thing is straight trash. It looks cool, but it's trash. Like, I think I spent 35 bucks on that, and that was $33 too much. Yeah, it looks like a lot of things, but Gerber released a total piece of trash with that thing. Like, the only good use case for that is if you're like in an office and you just got to open packages. You know, that's about it. You know, I carried that thing for a week at work, and the only real redeeming quality is it was nice and fat. It was nice and flat, and the pocket clips designed well. But out of the box, that thing was straight trash. Well, me with knives, I got a paraframe in the box for the 20-sided die to pick out, so we're going to find out what that's all about at some point, and I'm going to destroy my hand doing it. Like, I'll still say it. I'll still say the paraframe was good for its time, especially for a budget knife, but it can't hold its weight with anything that's out there now for what a paraframe would have cost back then when it came out. I'm starting to feel so much resistance on these cuts. I'm wondering if the edge is finally starting to truly go. So the lack of gloves is also part of the cardboard slaying test. You know, like we did the whole hander pants joke for a couple of live streams, but we're also looking at ergonomics. What does this do to your hand through heavy cuts? And that's part of our information gathering while we're doing this. Because trust me, everyone's recommended gloves, and you know, one of the reasons I'm tearing my hands up here is so that we can tell what the ergonomics are, you know. Because that's one of the things you're supposed to do when you're making knives. You're supposed to take them out, you're supposed to wail on them, and you're supposed to put them through something like this to find out where your problems are with your ergonomics. After I tear my hands up, the damage is already done. I'm starting to get so much resistance on this cut, and I'm like confident that we're going to pass the paper cut so easily. Yeah, let's get the copy paper back out. Yeah, it's still doing that. Like, it's a little crispy, but it's still doing that cut. Huh. Yeah, the handle's been real good to me so far. Like the only thing I've got is where I'm putting all the pressure on those cuts right here. It just feels like I've been pressing on a hard object for a few hours. Yeah, there is so much more resistance to the cuts we've been having, but you know, it's still munching the push cut on paper pretty easily. You know, I kind of want to grab one of my mini paraframes and give it a good cut just to see what it feels like, but I'm saving that as a surprise for myself when the 20-sided die picks it. This is what you get for telling me to experience great taste. You can't tell me what to do. You're not my real mom. Yeah, I mean, with all the flack the paraframe's getting, I kind of want to see just for myself and my own edification if it's really that bad. Like, it's tipped down, and as we know, I hate tip down carry, but we all live in sin. But outside of that, I want to see how bad it actually is. You know, one thing I like as much as finding a diamond in the rough and finding a truly spectacular budget knife is finding the bad ones. Because at some point, I want to do a pretty thorough Hall of Shame video. I feel like that would be a fun one to watch. And I don't see that many channels really doing, like, you know, if they find a terrible knife, they really don't do anything with that. Like, they don't show the review on it. Yeah, I can see where the paraframe is probably going to be pretty uncomfortable and probably pretty much the whole time, but we've dealt with that before. I just crop dusted the hell out of myself, guys. Yeah, like, this is exceeding all expectations for performance. I'm not gonna lie. I said, like, what we've done so far, it hasn't just flat out stopped cutting cardboard. It's just these edges will start tearing and rolling down instead of cutting. And we're not seeing that here. Like I said, we've had a few steels do that. Which we are at the 4-hour mark, and it's still going. We've been guessing at what kind of steel, and the new guess that we got is 420 HC, but we still don't know for certain. Like I said, the cuts are harder to push through here, but it's still cutting the paper cleanly. Yeah, I don't know. You know, even going in with the tip here. See, this is what we're looking for whenever we just stop getting good cuts, and we'll see like a whole sheet with those, and it's like, all right, this edge is worn out, but we're only just now seeing a little tiny bit of that. Yeah, I picked up a few of those mini paraframes, partly because I was like, cool, a 5th pocket knife. I can carry that around. And then I never wore anything with a 5th pocket on it. And of course, 2 of the ones I have is because I could get them engraved and get them fairly cheap, like 36 or 38 bucks for the knife and the engraving, the whole schmagoigan. Yeah, we went from thinking 7CR17 to 420HC. Either way, we are now at the point where I gave up. You know, I couldn't keep going with the D2 and the 440C. Like, we are at that 4-hour mark on the last several streams where I got so punch drunk I couldn't function anymore. And there's a lot more resistance on the cut. It's pushing back harder, but it's still cutting, and it's doing the push cut on paper just fine. Like I said, this thing's a damn mystery. And like, that cut has gotten a lot harder than it was. Oh, by the way, I brought this guy out. It's one of those cheap Swiss Army knife clones. And I'm going to put an edge on this. And at some point, it'll see a cardboard slayer. It'll probably go in the box for... it'll be the one that I don't want in the mix for one of these live streams. I'm kind of curious. I haven't sharpened it or anything, and it's pretty damn dull. What? Yeah, this is what I'm looking at a dull edge to feel like, and yeah, this thing is, it needs to be sharpened real bad. I don't think I just uploaded anything, but you may have just gotten a notification. I did the winner for the giveaway video this morning. I think just about everybody has one of those floating around. Now, I was hoping you'd win something, but Andrew Fett did win something. Okay, now we're having a really hard time on this stuff. We had the Olatan's T025 and 2 of the Gen G10 knife kits. Okay, this is showing the wear off a lot better. This is showing the edge wear off a lot better than the copy paper. Should be the same giveaway, Fook. Because I haven't uploaded anything since then. Let's see. Yeah, the only thing that I've got is the oh yeah, the pocket check. Shit, that was right before I did the giveaway video. Yeah, it's pretty wild. We already did the pizza box at, like, we normally do the pizza box at the 2 hour mark. So I think we're gonna say that at this point there is significant edge wear. It's just not doing what other knives do and rolling the cardboard up, but we are starting to see those right down in here. So we're gonna finish out this piece of cardboard, and then we're gonna strop the hell out of this thing and see what it does. But also, hey, nope, how you doing, man? I wish I had a way to film cutting water bottles, but I don't have a setup that lets me really get good shots. If you guys saw my other channel, like, the quality of shots I was getting from a tripod were fucking awful. Yeah, that's what we're looking for right there. We're starting to see that. So significant edge wear. I'm doing pretty good, man. I'm just enjoying my day off work, and of course, we're going in on a Schrade Golden Spike, and Sprinkle Done It Forge in the comments. He's the guy that gifted this to me, what, like 5 years ago or something like that. And it's been gathering dust, so I took it to the workshop and put an 18-degree edge on it, and we've been doing this, and we've been confused the whole time. We can't figure out whether it's the edge I put on it or the steel itself that's been doing this for 4 hours, and it's still doing these cuts. But we're going to call it at just started to see significant edge wear. And of course, the part that's taking the most abuse is right here. So when we get past this into here, it's still cutting pretty nice. Yeah, and like those rope cuts would be fine if I had rope to cut and a place to do it where it wouldn't absolutely annihilate my environment. Like, there is so much cardboard, just cardboard remnants on the floor around here as it is. It's going to take forever to clean it when I finally get around to doing it. But, well, she's far from done. It's just, this is where we're starting to see at least significantly noticeable edge wear. And, like, even then, it's just like we're kind of starting to see it. We're not really getting, right. Let me go get a brick to cut in half. You know, and different kinds of paper that we cut are also showing different results. Like, this is definitely hanging up and struggling with. So yeah, we're going to say here at 4 hours, we've got significant edge wear, but nothing catastrophic. And we're going to strop it and play with it some more. Thank you for the Make-A-Wish links. Well, like I said, Sprinkles, it's only if you have a couple spare bucks and you want to. There's no pressure, nothing like that. Just trying to help a friend out. And Sprinkles, if you haven't checked this out, man, this is a strop that Ting Ting made. And we got diamond paste on here. 24, I believe 14, 10, 5, 2.5. So we can see the edge isn't quite as shiny as it was. It's still shiny, but I haven't made a knife out of a chisel. Really, the small handful of knives I've made have been out of just bar stock. Like I've made some out of a leaf spring. I've made some out of some unidentified blades that were used for cutting something pretty heavy duty. I don't know what the steel was on it. And I've used just blocks of 1095 and 15 and 20. 01 tool steel. You know, stuff like that. Oh yeah, when this thing first came off of the work sharp and the strops, it's might have been the easiest knife to shave with that I've done so far. Like I am getting better with using that work sharp. But the diamond paste on this can damn near sharpen a knife from scratch by itself. As a matter of fact, that failed Damascus knife that I got sitting over there, we actually put it on the strop here and brought an edge onto it. Not the best edge in the world, but an edge. And yeah, I'm spending time on it because I already know this stuff is going to take, it's going to take an edge, but just coming off the strop, it's going to take a while to get it back to close to what it was. Nope, I appreciate you dropping by, man. We're already starting to get back to that mirror that we love so much. If a butter knife was even close to having a decent edge on it, I actually would take it down here and strop the hell out of it just to see what would happen. I am not stropping something from basically a 90-degree angled edge. Forget all that noise. Let's get all the gunk off of here. Yeah, we're getting right back to a significantly shinier edge than we had just a minute ago. All right, that was 24 micron and 14 micron. Let's go into the 10 micron. Tell you what, this 10 micron feels positively slippery after the 24 and the 14. Yeah, I also don't feel like doing that, Punisher. If I was gonna do a butter knife, I would take it to the belt grinder and do it there. Which again, that might be worth doing one day, but we got so much other cool stuff to play with right now. If they weren't serrated, then a steak knife would be fun. Oh no, the power went out. And if a spoon had an edge on it that would cut straight, that would also be worth taking a look at one day. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is like, I don't think I've ever seen a steak knife that wasn't at least half serrated. And like that Civivi Mastodon, I've had to use that to cut steak before. Long story short, I was at a restaurant and I couldn't finish what I had. And I took it to the place I was staying, and I went to look in the silverware drawer in the common area. There was only one lone plastic fork, no knife, no nothing. So I had the Mastodon on me. I had to use that, and I gotta tell you, when it touched that ceramic plate, the whole time I'm just like, yeah. Yeah, and I mean, honestly, I know those things, I know plates destroy edges. Like, I know that, you know. It's not like cardboard where everyone's like, don't cut cardboard, and that's not true. Um, you know, so I was like being really ginger with it, but I mean, at this point, given that I've got the precision adjust, I can afford to not really give a shit. I can put that thing on ceramic or whatever the hell I feel like, and just put a new edge on it whenever I'm not happy with the cut anymore. You know, at some point, I'm going to take the time to learn how to hand sharpen and freehand it. But right now, I don't have the time or the energy to dedicate to something like that. Or the money to throw at the stones for it. I know Outdoors 55 recommends a diamond plate for like 20 bucks. However, that's kind of unsatisfying given the kind of edge that I can get off of the work sharp. Okay, we are back to a crazy shiny edge. And I don't know if you can see it, but yeah, there's the kind of mess being left behind by the strops. Like, I probably need to recharge the diamond paste on them. I'm not sure how long that's supposed to go between charges. But, all right, let's see what kind of edge we got now. Yeah, That's what we're looking for. I love those strops so much. All right, let's check out that cardstock again. See, that's what we're looking for with the edge. You know, that ran right through compared to what we were getting here. So that's what I meant by significant edge wear. Milk, what's going on, dude? So we have been playing with a Schrade Golden Spike that James over at Sprinkled Donut Forge sent me a long time ago, and looking at the edge retention on it, and the edge retention's been fantastic. I just now stropped it, and when I say get you a strop and some diamond paste, that's what I mean right there. That took about 4 minutes to strop back after beating on it for 4 hours, and if I spend another 3 or 4 minutes on it, which I think I will, we can definitely get it a lot sharper. Also, thank you for sharing the Make-A-Wish link. Plug again, we're collecting money for Make-A-Wish Georgia. You follow the link there, it takes you straight to Make-A-Wish. You can drop a couple bucks in the hat, you will have my gratitude. And if you can't, that's okay too. So we're going to run it through the grip progression one more time just to see whether or not we can get it even sharper, which normally when we run harder steels through a second cycle, we do. And we got at least another hour of cardboard cutting. Now, if you're going to use glue, use that Elmer's paste that comes in the pot with a brush. That's the best one. But we still got some more cardboard cutting coming up. I'm just trying to see how far I can bring the edge back to life after that 4-hour marathon. Because it's weird, the edge wear wasn't showing up in the same way the edge wear has shown up on other knives. Actually, it's funny, the whole glue eating thing did come from back in the day, like way back in the 1980s. There was that Elmer's paste that comes in the pot, and that stuff was actually pretty fucking tasty. I'll bet good money they added a bittering agent to it now. But like there'd be a whole classroom full of kids trying it at least once, and there'd be a few of us like trying to sneak it in once in a while. Like the teacher had to go, do not eat this glue every time they handed it out. And then they had to watch us for it. I totally forgot about that until just now. No, like the funniest damn thing, Play-Doh used to just taste like flour and salt. It just tasted like flour and salt years and years ago. And they added some kind of bittering agent to it. It was like I was sitting there with a friend of mine that had some Play-Doh floating around. And I'm just like, you remember what Play-Doh used to taste like? And they're like, no. It's like it tasted like flour and salt. Here, I'll try it. And I didn't know they added some kind of bittering agent to it. That flavor stuck with me for the better part of a week. Like I could taste it for a solid week. And I don't know why you'd need to add a bittering agent to something like that. Your brother leaving is not such a big deal. Might have been time for him to be out on his own anyways. I promise we are going to go back to cutting. No, the stuff I'm talking about, I'm actually serious on. Like, that shit actually happened. No, you're good, Sprinkles. We're just going through round 2 of stropping this thing. I don't know if you saw the cut test after we stropped it, but I'm just kind of trying to see how much more sharp I can get it before we start cutting cardboard again. But I can't imagine how hard it would be to clean up like vomit full of Elmer's glue. Like, I am reading the comments. It's just I got 3 separate tangents to go on every time I look at the comments. It's like I'm looking at what I'm doing here very carefully because this blade is incredibly sharp. And I genuinely do not want to slice my hand wide open, even though I'm sure it would make for great viewing. Milk is like, I don't even have a brother. Whose brother was that left? Okay, so that was a full second round of strop. And like, that is an extremely, extremely shiny edge. Can it shave now? Oh, it is back to shaving so easily. Let's see if you can get a shot of the, let's see, where is a good spot? There's some hair here. There's no more hair there. It might be showing up on camera. But that's what I meant when I said that this grip progression on the diamond paste can pretty much sharpen a knife by itself. It is crazy. Never did the glitter glue. However, the regular Elmer's glue in the bottle, the old school white Elmer's glue, we tried that. It wasn't that good. But we didn't have glitter glue. We didn't have the clear or the translucent blue glue or anything like that when I was that young. Okay, so, and Sprinkles, if you remember what these cuts here were starting to look like, that's what we got now. So we're going to grab out some copy paper and give that a rip. Yeah. So yes, Bill, that is the Temu diamond paste. So we've got a strop here that a friend of mine and Sprinkle Donut Forges made. He put these together and sold them to, make a few extra bucks, and I went ahead and got one. This has got the 24 grit and the 14 grit. This is a strop I bought from Temu along with that paste. And then the same guy that made this, and he gave it to me at Blade Show the last time I saw him. Yeah, like I said, man, that diamond paste is something else. And you can get the same diamond paste on Amazon. Yeah, just diamond paste. You can get the diamond paste on Amazon for a little more expensive than I paid for on Temu, but you don't have to set up a Temu account. And I'd say just get 2 strops. Get you 2 strops for a full grip progression. You can go like 14 to 10 to 5 to 2.5. Finishing on 2.5 microns gives you that. You can shave with it. It is razor sharp as long as you have an okay edge going into it. You know, it's good stuff. And like, right, I know you don't have, let's see how much the diamond paste is on Amazon real quick. $10. You get 8 grits. I'm trying to see what all the grits are real quick. .5, 3.5, 7, probably 10. $12 pieces, $13.99. I wish it would just give you the actual grip progression on here. Yeah, so this 12-piece set on Amazon is $13.99. 0.5 to 40 micron. So that will take you where you want to go across the course of 2 strops. Or, of course, if you want to set up something different with like some leather belts or something like that. Well, you just saw how to strop. That's easy. All you're doing is passing the blade along. You're not doing anything crazy like sharpening or nothing. You're not doing anything skill dependent. Stropping's easy, and if you got good compound, you just saw what kind of a difference it can make. And I promise we're about to start cutting again. I do promise that. I just need a minute before I go back in on it. That's all. Fook, I appreciate you being here, man. Have a good night. We'll see you on the next one. Oh yeah, this is back to where we started. Fook, thank you for the Make-A-Wish link again. Like I said, we're raising money for Make-A-Wish this month. You got a couple bucks to throw in the hat. There's a link for you. It goes straight to Make-A-Wish. You will earn 1 gratitude from me, and maybe you'll feel better about yourself. But yeah, we're back to where we started with the cuts. They're back to being super easy again. So I mean, that's what a strop can do. And I'm going to say this is pretty directly or comparable to 440C. Because this is about what 440C did. It maybe did a little bit worse. But yeah, we're back to these being really, really easy cuts. And my hand slipped. This is how you can tell I'm getting tired. All right, who do we still have in here? Who do we have in here that hasn't picked out a fart yet? That's the question. Who hasn't picked out a fart? We are overdue for one of those. Okay, Kai. Also, hi, welcome. Kai, you get to pick from the Grim Reaper, Frankenstein, or the robot. Hey, Punisher. I don't know if you picked one yet. Maybe not. But Kai got this one. They were the fastest. You got Frankenstein, Grim Reaper, or a robot. Robot it is. Punisher, you'll get the next one. We don't have a song on this one, so we're just going to get a good one. One more. That wasn't good. There we go. Okay. So Punisher gets the pick on the next one, and we got Frankenstein and the Grim Reaper we haven't done yet. So like we got a really good idea what this thing can take now. So now we're just cutting so I can keep hanging out with you guys and we can keep shooting the shit. Like we're approaching our record of 6 hours. Looks like we're gonna break that. And I don't feel like Blue Diamond finished atoning for its sins. There we go. Yeah, Sprinkles, I figured you might like hanging out on these. Like, these are always really relaxed. And they're quiet, and they're fun. You know, I do kind of miss, you know, like, Sprinkle Donut and me and, like, 4 or 5 other people used to do live streams on YouTube constantly doing blacksmithing stuff, and we all hung out together. Because, of course, we all live in, like, different states, hours and hours apart, and... You know, I think I've gotten to hang out with Sprinkles in person once when we did Quad State together, which I wish we could do that more often, but like the last couple of years Quad States happened, we were in no position to even think about making the drive out there. And I don't know if John's Place was still up for that after the last year. I know shit kind of fell apart with the whole Quad State thing. Oh, I'd love for it to happen again. So Quad State is kind of like a convention for blacksmithing stuff. It's an outdoor convention, but it runs for like a full weekend, 3 or 4 days, I think. out in Troy, Ohio. And the whole blacksmithing YouTube group that we had a guy named John whose property was open for us to camp at. So everybody converged there and hung out for all the days. And me and the wife would get a hotel. She ain't cut out for roughing it like that over the course of several days. And like, I don't drink or do anything like that, so I'm not that much fun to hang out with when everybody else starts. B for Baron, what is up? So we just go back to the hotel when things started getting into where I couldn't really, you know, partake in the fun anymore. And, you know, I'd come back showered, all well rested and happy, and everybody else is like stumbling around, bleary eyed, exhausted, all that stuff. And there were train tracks literally 3 feet away from where we had like the canopies set up, the tables to hang out at, all that. And I will say the train tracks there had a low spot where the gravel was missing and the track was sagging a little bit, and I was so scared the train was going to derail on us while we were hanging out there. But it was a lot of fun. And we had a blast with that. Yeah, it was kind of like that. Everybody's complaining about being exhausted and needing a shower and all that. And I was just like, hey guys, I feel great, man. And it was exactly like that. Everyone's just like, ah, fuck off, man. I don't know what the watch hours are. As I said, when I went to like activate super chats and stuff like that, I ended up needing 1,300 more viewing hours before I could turn that on. So I'm just kind of waiting on that next goal to get hit. All right, Sprinkles, have a great night. Thank you for this thing again. This made for a great live stream. I'm glad you dropped by and hung out, man. You hung out for a lot of damn hours. It's not too bad, knockoff. Like, you know, I didn't know that was going to be the next hurdle to get over for that. I figured 1,000 subs, and I thought, surely I already have enough view time. But I don't. Not yet. I'm getting there. Like, I think each live stream has been averaging 30 to 40 hours of view time each. Maybe more. Like, I know this one we've had the numbers staying a little bit higher than usual. You know, normally we'll bounce between 4 and 6 for most of it, and then peak around 11 or 12 and then go back down again. But I think we've been staying between 9 and 12, something like that the whole time. I don't think it was 4K. I think it might have been 3. But I mean, if you're watching videos that have good retention and getting a lot of views, then it's easy to reach. You know, most of my videos are hitting 35 to 60 views a piece, which isn't a lot right now, but you know, a lot of videos when they're under 1K don't have that many views. You know, I've got a few of them that hit 1K, and I got to figure out what the next one's going to be. Which is probably going to be, once I've got a few more knives in that are really good, I can do another budget banger video. Which I need to go through and look at what all I have and actually do something with that. Oh, gotcha. And yeah, Punisher, like blade shows are fun. That being said, if you want to see me in person, you got to be in Atlanta. All right, Milk, I appreciate you dropping by. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Yeah, we're just burning up cardboard right now because I don't have enough left for another live stream stacked up back here right now. So we're going to have to... I'm going to have to round up another big stack from work next time I'm able. Which, I don't think it'll be Saturday. Yeah, it will. I'll probably do something on Saturday. So this thing took 4 hours of cuts before it started showing significant edge wear. It's comparable to 440C to the best of my ability to quantify it. Maybe not quite as good, but I just stropped the piss out of it, got it back to shaving sharp, and now I'm just cutting stuff up to hang out with you guys and shoot the shit. And we have been spitballing guesses as to what the steel is all night, and we don't know for 100% certain. We've gone from group consensus being 7CR to group consensus being 420HC, but we really don't know. It just, like looking online, nobody that I saw online knew what it was. So it's kind of like that Gerber paraframe. It's a mystery. We can spitball guesses, but well, yeah, those were their house steels, but it also stands to reason that if it was 440A or 420HC, that would be a known thing that you could find the information online pretty easily. I would think. I could be wrong, but I would think. Oh, we got some sharp steel. Yeah, so, I mean, and it's again, like, I don't know enough about the difference between, like, 440 and 420 HC to really be able to tell you whether or not this kind of performance being this much better than the 440 from Buck Knives. No, it's not carbon steel, Jason. These were made, this one was made after they stopped using carbon steel on the Golden Spike. That much we do know. So this was made somewhere between 1995 and 2004. Yeah, the Buck uses 420HC, however, the 110 is 440. And when we did the Buck 110, that wore out after a little over 2 hours and then had to be stropped back up. Oh no, Jason, you're good. At one point, these were made with carbon steel, but they stopped at some point, and I'm not exactly sure when they stopped. The only information that I can give you confirmed is the Schrade Plus right here means 1995 to 2004 on the manufacture date. And I will say one thing that I've definitely confirmed is 18 degrees is the angle I sharpen at from now on. So if they are still selling the golden spike now, then yeah, the new ones I would imagine 440 or 7CR17, something like that, because of course once a knife company gets sold, they become cursed. But this I am almost entirely sure is an older one from back in the 90s. At least that's what the guy that gave it to me was told when he got it. I'm pretty sure all Schrades are Chinese made now. So this one should be like the last of the golden spikes made before Schrade was sold. $13 at Walmart, good find. Also, hi Dan Perez. Yeah, a 7CR again would be for the new ones. This is an old one from before Schrade got sold. So this thing is like 2004 at the newest. And I know they weren't doing 7CR17 back then. Which is where some of the confusion comes from. This guy is sharpened at 18 degrees, which is my happy spot for sharpening now. Like I've tried 22 and then I think I dialed one back to 20 and I still wasn't happy, so I went and asked around online and averaged out all the answers I got to 18, and when I did that, I was happy with it. I wonder when he paid 75 bucks for it and whether or not it was new. It's like, you know, when Sprinkles was still in here, he said that back in the day these things cost like 110 bucks. Which again would be a different and far higher quality knife than what's being sold now. Because again, Chinese made, you know, unless you're paying a pretty hefty premium, you're not getting the kind of quality something like this would have had way back when. It just doesn't happen. Thank you, Punisher. We are raising money for Make-A-Wish Georgia all month. There is the link for it right there. If you got a couple bucks for it, greatly appreciated. And if you don't, no worries, no pressure. Yeah, so this was probably one of the things where I intentionally did 18 degrees. I think I may have sharpened one before this. This thing had one of the worst factory edges I've ever experienced, and then I put it at 18 degrees and it suddenly turned into a fantastic knife. If only I could do something about this pocket clip. Pocket clip is straight trash. Okay, so that might start making a little bit of sense. Because I know that like the steel on these was definitely considered higher end back then too. You know, your 440 and your 420 and all that was considered higher end steel at that point in time, especially compared to like the stainless Pakistan, the stainless Japan, and the surgical steel. So my SOG Flash AT, I like that one quite a bit, although I don't think a spring assist on an axis lock was a good idea. Outside of that, it's a really good knife. So no tank stamp on this side at all. And tank stamp there is like I told you earlier, Trade Plus USA 1530H. Or 153 UH. So that's also the difference. This is USA made, and it's significantly older than the ones you're getting now from China and 7CR for 30 bucks or 13 bucks. But yeah, like the Flash AT, it's a good knife. I like how it carries. I like how it cuts. You know, I like almost everything about it, and I don't mind the assisted open with the axis lock. It makes it a little harder to close one-handed. But once you learn how to use it, it's not a big deal. And the Terminus XR here, the factory edge was ground like shit. Just the angle was terrible. It was like cutting with a hatchet. And this pocket clip makes it incredibly difficult to like get into a pocket, over the hem of a pocket, or into the waistband and pull it back out. It hangs up on everything. I may try like flexing it and loosening it up a little bit and trying again. But the carry experience as it came from the factory was not good. And I called SOG's customer service line, whatever Outdoors it is now, and I asked for Terminus XR LTE pocket clips. That was like April of last year. And then like August or September rolled around and I still didn't have it. So I called them back and I asked again. They didn't even keep my order. They didn't even give me an order number. So they had to, Clyde Frog, what's up? They had to look up my payment to find out that I had ordered them. I was very clear. I don't want the Terminus XR pocket clip with the SOG stamp. I want the XR LTE pocket clip. So they sent me 2 more of the XR pocket clips with the SOG stamp that are the exact same problem I had. My Uncle Henry is... Can I get some light on this? The Uncle Henry part is right here in the guard. I need to get like some more lighting coming from the top for this. I just don't have a good way to get that right now. As far as my research has told me, the Schrade Plus is when they switched from carbon to stainless, and they didn't say what the stainless was. So the house steels they used apparently was 440A or 420HC. That's what the guys that are in the chat right now have pulled from their resources. So, you know, the only thing that is confusing me with that is the edge retention held up there to modern 440C and D2. I've already shined the brass up on it real good with just general buffing compound on a Dremel tool. But I also tried to Dremel this and get some corrosion off it, and the Dremel tool just left streaks all through here because I did a bad job. And now there are scratch marks all through here from the cardboard because this isn't clean cardboard. It's been in warehouses and everything else. It got some dirt in it. Because like when I got this from Sprinkles, all the brass had corrosion on it. Like it was a mess from just kind of sitting there in the Texas heat and humidity, or lack thereof, just whatever. It picked up a ton of corrosion, so I had to shine everything up real good and get all that nastiness off. There's still some of the some of the green corrosion, if it shows around the brass on these buttons, yeah, there you go. That was all over all the brass. I'm not going to sweat trying to do anything else to the blade, honestly. Again, it's not something that I can carry right now. I can't carry a fixed blade, so there's no point in spending that much effort on it. You know, it's just, I know he sent it to me so I could use it, and I haven't had a good use for it. And either I was looking for something or putting something up, I forget what, but I stumbled across this thing and I'm like, you know what? This would be a good live stream. So here we are. Yeah, and I mean, again, if I was going to carry it or do anything with it, I'd be a lot more worried about it, but yeah. What the hell was I about to say? Oh, yeah. No, we're hitting the 5-hour mark. Like, I'm so scrambled, I thought we were approaching 6 hours, but we started at 4, not 3. So, we've already done, like, a longer live stream than normal. I'm not as punch drunk as I've been being. But, I've also been through a can of Monster. And it's not... Well, it is 9 o'clock now. I don't know. I'm still scrambled. I'm not as bad as I usually am at this point, but I'm still scrambled. You know what? I think I woke up around 9 o'clock this morning, so it hasn't been that early, but I also didn't have to go into work today. You know, I have done live streams after opening at work and then rolling in here to do this. And those have been a struggle. I also don't have to be anywhere tomorrow, but I do got to put myself under way early so I can wake up at 2 a.m. to go into work and be there at 4. Now, what we're going to do... Are we still shaving? And see, that's the thing, is this thing stops shaving pretty immediately. So we're going to strop this back up, and I'm going to try to strop this into a sharp edge and see whether or not it can take a lot of cardboard. Because we've already done this. We're going to go into some bonus slaying. No, so like my night shifts, I don't even do live streams on those. Like I'll go in at 3 in the afternoon and leave work at around 11:30 midnight. On a rough day, it'll be like 1:30 in the morning. You know, and like, yeah, I'm not doing a live stream because I'm at work. The time I do live streams is when I open, if I don't have to go into work the next day, or days like today where I've got the day off and I don't have to go in the next day. Or if I'm closing the day after, I'll do one. Like, there's an order of operations to it. Yeah, we're going to do a bonus cardboard slayer. We're going to do an experiment. I mean, that blade's really thin, so there's no reason it shouldn't zip through there pretty easily. But right now, it's incredibly dull. when is my next stream? I don't know yet. I've got to take a look at my schedule and figure out when it'll work and make sure I don't have something else happening that day too. That's the thing. I usually don't know when my live streams are going to be until a few days in advance. That's just like this last one that was scheduled for Monday. That got canceled at the last second because someone at work got sick and I had to go in and take their spot, which is why I have today and tomorrow off. You know, it's kind of why you just got to kind of keep an eye out for the community post, because I honestly don't know until I'm a few days out. You know, I know next week or this upcoming week, I've got to open all week. So there's a good chance it's just going to be when I've got the next day off. There's one day I'm working a mid and I'm coming home later than I want to start one of these. But there should be a day I can squeak in there. I like getting one in a week. Yeah, no, I get it. I said if you don't see a community post, there's a really good, like, there. I'm pretty much guaranteeing you, if there's not a post up, then I'm not doing a live stream at that point, because I like to post those a couple days out, unless I absolutely can't. So that gives you plenty of time to do your own stream and do whatever you got to do. All right. So that should be this stropped up to its former glory. Finally cut myself on a stream, guys. It's trying too hard to shave and open her up. Oh yeah, no, I get it. That was weird. So this is sharp enough that while I was trying to shave with it, it just kind of flaked a chunk of skin up. Didn't hurt, didn't really feel it. It just flaked it. It's pretty wild. So I'm gonna run upstairs and grab a Band-Aid so I don't like just leave a puddle sitting here. At least I think I have one up there. No, sharp knives don't hurt. Like this didn't really hurt that much when it happened. I'm trying to think if I know where they are so I can grab one quickly. That's the only caveat there. I'm not sure exactly where they are. I'll be right back. Don't worry, we're going to keep streaming. I guess thankfully Sprinkles missed that. That is me doing how many live streams now? And we finally got a cut. And it was like the least expected cut possible. Normally, I am willing to use super glue on a straight across cut that'll seal up nicely with it, but this one, no, that wouldn't be worth it. All right, now open, you son of a bitch. I've got some gunk on this I need to clean off real quick. I know, how dare it make me bleed my own blood? That is bullshit. Straight up bullshit. Into the denatured alcohol we go. One more dip. Well, I'd name it Sprinkles, but I already have a sledgehammer named Sprinkles. So we're going to name it Dave. That's compelling, right? All right, I think we're good on cleanliness here. I mean, it was already mine for life to begin with. It's not like I'm getting rid of it. I don't do that. And it was a gift, so it wasn't going anywhere, even if I was the kind of person to get rid of stuff. Oh, paper. So let's see where we're starting with for the cut. Yeah, she ain't cutting. Right. Well, I mean, even better if we were doing OnlyFans. Dave, cut me. What? OnlyFans? Yeah, we were going to try out some just garbage ass steel. Yeah, this one just says stainless on it. So this might be one of the varieties that I wanted to check out anyways. And we are going to test my theory that this can bring a, just basically sharpen a knife from scratch as it sits. All right, we are learning things today, gentlemen. So what did that do? All right, that's already an improvement right there. So we're already starting to get results. Now, this thing is dull as shit, guys. bet you with fresh diamond paste, this would be doing a lot more work. What new buck knife did you get? Okay, we're getting somewhere. Huh, nice. I have never seen pocket knives at a thrift store around me. But the only one we really got's Goodwill. And then there's another one that's like ghetto as hell. I don't know if Goodwill does pocket knives or not. Now, the one near me had some insanely nice furniture for a while. Like, I got a $2,000 curio cabinet for the wife for like 200 bucks. So, we got 4 hours of cuts in on the Schrade. And now we're just taking a look at this piece of crap Swiss Army knife knockoff that just says stainless on it to see what it can do. And right now, it was dull and incapable of cutting anything. So I'm seeing what running it through strops can do. Well, that's a good deal. Which I'll probably have to run it through the strops a second time. But I've got to get some kind of edge on it. Be a little bit more coordinated with this. So how long do we give this cutting cardboard before it just gives up? That's the next question. Like, the blade is flexing while I do this. Oh shit, guys. You see that? The edge is starting to mirror out off of this. But we are making progress. I'm gonna guess about 30 or 40 minutes maybe. All right, knockoff. I will see you in a bit here. We're gonna be here for a while. I think we can push this to the point of giving up the edge with the time that I have left before I'm just incoherent. But I'll be damned if it ain't picking up a mirror edge. Yeah, we'll run it through the strops one more time and then go from there. But like I said, these can sharpen a knife from next to no edge. We're learning. Man, chat went real quiet. I guess we're all on the edge of our seats waiting to see what happens. Come on, cut, damn you. That is impressive. Like, that is impressive for just a strop off of how bad that edge was. I just like to get it to where it's making that cut cleanly so we have a good frame of reference. Hey, that Temu diamond paste, it's no joke. That's it. Just make sure you got a good grip progression and like you're seeing in real time what's possible. Granted, I guarantee you this ain't the hardest steel on the planet. Yeah, and I mean, like I said, the same diamond paste is available on Amazon, but it's like maybe $5 extra for the same diamond paste kit that I got. You know, the only caveat to that is your strop is going to be a bit more expensive on Amazon. You know, I've got these three. Yeah, I've got these three strops because one of these, you know, I bought from a friend of mine. This one came from Temu, and this was a gift from the same friend that made this at Blade Show. So now I'm getting the kind of resistance I get on a sharper edge on this side of this strop. Like the last time I ran this, there wasn't a lot of resistance and not a lot of friction. This time I'm getting the friction that I'm used to. So does that utility knife take the utility knife blades, or what's the deal there? Because like for 75 bucks, I'm not sure I'd want to spend that for something that takes the blades. You know, I actually have one that I got at Home Depot. I think it was the first folding razor knife that I had, which I'd always wanted one of those. It just seemed like a cool thing to have, and then it popped up for like 5 bucks. And I was like, yep, mine. That thing lasted for years until the pivot screw kept loosening up, and then I just lost the part somewhere. I still think about that thing once in a while. It's like it even had a skull motif on it, like it was all the things. All right, this should have us about where we want to go. Like, that edge is good and shiny. Oh, I've got one of those Sheffield utility knives, or 2 of them. My uncle had them before he passed away. They are not bad at all. It is amazing how much post-nasal drip you get from the cardboard dust. I think this is about as good as we can expect off of stropping. I mean, it's an edge, so we know what we're dealing with. Do we want to break out the kin onion grinder on the work sharp? Or no, we don't, because it's in another room and I can't carry all with me. So I could go and take this to the work sharp in the garage and put a crazy edge on it, or we can just go with what we got, which this feels sharp enough to do the job, so we're just going to go with this. How's that sound, guys? And Punisher, your turn is up. Do you want... Let's see, we got Frankenstein and Grim Reaper left. Which one you want, buddy? Grim Reaper. Okay. Come on. Where is it? There we are. All right, what's up with this cut? Okay, I don't have the edge that I want on this. Yeah, no. Um, are we cool with me taking about 3 or 4 minutes to go hit this with the belt grinder? So I want to start with a serious edge. Okay, I'm gonna go with Bill here. I'll be right back as soon as I can get this. Y'all don't set Punisher's house on fire now.
Garage door.
I should bring paper with me. I guess the piece I started dicing up is not here. Okay. Now we'll be back. Okay. Okay, I'm back and unstropped, fresh off the belt grinder. We got that right there. So we're gonna strop this real good and then rip it. I tell you what, I'm starting to get tired of stropping tonight. I guess I threw the last one away. After this, if we can't cut this cardboard worth of crap, we got issues. And that's the thing, that work sharp with the Ken Onion belt grinding attachment in the garage is like the fastest, easiest way to sharpen a knife, because I mean you can put a brand new edge on that in like 4 minutes. If that. Like, I gave this thing a full send. And the burr on the first belt that I used showed up in like 20 seconds. Like, I love that thing, but that's also like a $200 piece of kit, and the belts are consumable. And like, you run the belts, and then you're like, why is this not sharpening anymore? And then you put a new set of belts on, it's like, oh shit, yeah, that's why. Everyone's like, he's here, quit typing. And I don't think anyone ever thought this much effort would go into this blade. Yeah, I am definitely at some point picking up a Spyderco. You know, I've got that Tenacious, but you know, if you're gonna buy a Spyderco, you know, definitely go for their nicer stuff. Like the Tenacious is great. I really like it. It was a joy to carry. It did what it was supposed to. That being said, though, it's not quite, you know, carrying around something in their higher end. Okay, so this is as sharp as it's ever going to get. Boy, she's sharp. Yeah. Okay, so we got a baseline now. We know this thing is as sharp as it can get. And this has got a convex edge instead of a V edge, which should make it a little more durable. Let's get the yeah, if you're not careful with the work sharp, you can round a tip. You can make a messed up bevel going up towards the tip. You can burn a tip. Don't use the angle guides on it, because last time I did that, the blade just got pulled in and just scarred the shitting back. So I take the slack belt and I go in like this, which again can round off the tip and leave an improper bevel, which is also why I use it on the cheaper knives that I'm just going to beat on. Sorry, I lost my connection to the live on my comment phone. Where the hell is it? Where the hell is my live stream? Guys, my live stream disappeared on my other All right, let's try this. All right, there she blows. But yeah, so you can definitely mess it up, but that's why it's on the cheaper knives that I can beat on, and if I do some damage to it, that's where it goes. For my nicer knives and things that I want a pristine edge on, I've got the precision adjust, so I got options. Let's get the cardstock out, try that, and then we're going in on this bitch. Okay, so a little bit of resistance, but not too bad. So we know what we're working with now. Yeah, no worries, dude. Like I said, we're just goofing around a little bit right now. So it's 9:40. And she's definitely sharp. The short blade is making it a little bit harder to control than I'm used to. But she be cutting. Yeah, so I've looked for the cheap clips online, and I saw nothing that said it was for the tenacious that really did deep carry. But that was mostly checking just Amazon and eBay and not having to worry about sites where I necessarily have to pay for the shipping. Some of those listings I saw were, yeah, they started off cheap, but you pay for the shipping and it's just as much as the everybody else. How likely do you think it is that anyone ever thought that one of these was going to get this sharp? Thank you for that. If you haven't been here for a while or you're just getting in, we are raising money for Make-A-Wish Georgia all week or all month, and there's a link for it. If you can drop a couple bucks in, great. If you can't, no worries, but that's where the link is if you want to help out. tell you what, this blade is significantly harder to control than I expected it to be. You know, there are a few knives where I think a deep carry clip would be a bit of a detriment. The Proponent's one of them. Just because the part that sticks out, the dingus end, makes it a lot easier to pull out of the pocket than it would be otherwise. I don't remember if that one has a lanyard hole on it or not. All right, brother, thank you so much for showing up. I don't know how much longer we'll be here, but I do want to see if we can wear this edge out. Yeah, I'm not expecting it to take a whole lot. The question is what is and isn't a whole lot. You know, we're going to check this after about 15 more minutes here and just see, because, you know, you'd think at least it's stainless, it's going to have some kind of edge retention capability. Something to work with. Now, that being said, the burr that came up was some pretty large flakes, which I think is a little indicative of softer steel, if I understand correctly. I'm sure somebody heard that happening. That is one of the alarms I have set for work. To remind me to take care of a couple of lists that need to be checked off. Yeah, it is 9:45 p.m. here. What is that? I think 2,100 hours and 45 minutes, something like that. I don't even know if this is 3CR. Like I said, I mean, this is a complete, like a trash knockoff of a Swiss Army knife that I found on the ground at a golf course. You know, not something I'd be carrying voluntarily. You know, if it was all I had, it would be all I had. But you know, one of the joys of having some reasonably nice sharpening equipment is, you know, even something that you wouldn't carry under any of the circumstances, if you have to carry it, you can make it work. Like, I'm sure there's somebody else out there that's taken the time on one of these to put a crazy sharp edge on it, but I don't know who and I don't know why they do it. You know, unless they're like me and they're doing it for the laughs. You know, but as thin as the blade stock is, I mean, that's some really thin blade stock, and it's quite flexible. you know, with a good edge going into it, it should remain a decent cutter for a while, just because of how thin it is. Like the way the edge is working now, I'm not feeling too much resistance. Yeah, we're gonna go for something a little bit more stable for cardboard. You know, and one of the reasons I didn't break out the precision adjust just to show that thing off is this blade is not wide enough this way for that clamp to hold it and work right. I did a knife with a blade about that height, I guess is the right word. And I just basically sanded into the clamp while I was working on it. So the clamp on the precision adjust looks a little lopsided now. It's an aluminum clamp, and I shaved part of it off. We are rapidly approaching our personal best for sheer length on a live stream. I mean, again, like small stuff like this, I'll just take it over to the blade, the belt grinding attachment, and just do that. You know, like something I'm carrying that's this small that's going to go in my pocket with keys and stuff rattling around. It's not like it's going to be a show knife. It's not like I'm going to be like, oh, I don't want to scratch it up. I mean, it's going to get dinged up no matter what. You know, as long as I don't just overheat the tip or something like that, I'm fine. You know, and that's one thing I had to watch out for when sharpening this thing. Like, there's no steel here to soak up the heat, really. So it didn't take any time at all to get warm enough to be not entirely comfortable to the touch. I still cannot believe I just flaked a chunk of skin off trying to shave with the with that Schrade. That was unexpected. The small Zodiac knife, I've looked at that, and as tiny as the area I'd have to hold it was, I don't know whether or not that would become incredibly uncomfortable to cut with in a god-awful hurry. And it's 9CR18, or at least it claims to be, and we've already done 9CR on the Civivi. What I can tell you right now is I don't really feel like finding out whether or not my hand can take holding that with like a 2.5 finger grip pushing through this cardboard for 4 hours. Part of the problem is I've only got like a 2.5 finger grip on that knife, and I don't want to put myself through 4 hours of that. You know, I think that's going into the territory of just totally unreasonable. Oh, sharpening, that would have to be on the work sharp, the blade grinding attachment. Like, that would have to be on a belt grinder. There's no way I can hold that and sharpen it at the right angle to get that to work on the precision adjust. And I mean, for as light use as that thing is, I don't know who would have the desire or capability to use that enough to dull it out in a hurry. Knockoff, what's up, brother? So we have transitioned over to this this Swiss Army knife knockoff. I have taken it to the belt grinder and sharpened it to insanely sharp. And we're just going to see if I can wear the edge out before I start falling apart. We are quickly approaching my personal best for length of live stream. We are about to hit 6 hours. So we got that going for us. Like, I should be full of meds and asleep right now because I'm going to basically wake up, be awake for about 4 hours, take meds, and crash again tomorrow. But I'm still coherent enough to do this. Yeah, I mean, like, I carried the Zodiac at work for a week and used it for a week. You can definitely get by with it. But that's definitely a very, very light-duty knife. And like I said, I can't tell you how much pressure this puts on my hand doing these cuts like this, especially coming from the top down on this table. But, you know, doing that with a 2.5 finger grip for 4 hours just ain't happening. Truck day tomorrow? For what? But the broken buck, do you mean it's like a messed up fixed blade, or are you talking about like a jacked up folder, or what's happening there? I am not at work tomorrow, so I am not doing a truck day. No, when I go into work Saturday, there should be truck. Oh, a pin should be easy to fix. That's just a little brass rod and some tappy tap tap. And I'm assuming, Billy, you're probably somebody I know, but I don't know that screen name. To be fair, like the guys at work that have gotten the that have said, and quilted northern, you're being punished for your crimes. The guys that I know that have done this or subscribed, I don't even know what the original screen name was, so that doesn't help me a lot. Backnister. That's still not helping me a lot. My memory is about as useless as the safety suggestions on the lift. Yeah, we'll finish this piece up and then we'll take a look at the edge and see how it's holding up. But it feels like it's still about as sharp as when we started. I will say though, so far I'm not feeling potential hot spots from doing this, which is interesting. I'm gonna venture a guess Sean. That's my guess. All right, what's the edge looking like after 20 minutes? Feels like there's just a little bit of wear already. Are we getting any curling on the cuts? Yeah, it's already showing some signs of wear. That was fast. So yeah, 20 minutes, we already got edge wear. Well, you could do like my mechanics and go, I make a new one and then put some stock on the lathe and turn it down to the exact size and then friction fit it. So are you talking about the you talking about the pivot pin on the Buck 835? No. Which pin are you talking about? Like one of the ones holding the scale and the frame together? Yeah, Bill, if that's not your real name, I'm pretty sure like me you were thinking something similar to a Buck 110. No, not a traditional. It's a modern. Yeah, I went online and took a look at it. So yeah, it's not a complicated fix. Okay, stop pin, yeah. That's not hard to do. You just got to find the right size stock and cut it down. However, without having one for reference, that starts making things a little bit hairy, getting the dimensions on it just right. But that's part of why when I have knives that are pieces of crap that something goes wrong with, I go ahead and strip the parts and throw them in a bag. Yeah, I didn't even think of sending it in. So the Schrade went for like 4 hours, and then we stropped it back up, and I was like, I don't want to keep going with the Schrade. We already know what it can do. So we got this piece of crap Swiss Army knife clone that I found on the ground at a golf course. Yeah, I was gonna say, if you're gonna send it in, that's the best thing to do. Like, there's no point in going through the pain in the ass of trying to get the size and the length and the chamfer on the ends all just right when they can take care of it for you. And of course, they can also put a new edge on it, give it the spa day, all that stuff. So you'll have the next best thing to a brand new knife when it comes back. But with this little piece of crap right here, 20 minutes and it's already showing edge wear. I can see that not being a warranty thing. Ooh. Let's take a crack at this nasty double wall cardboard and see what that does. Okay, so it's not the hardest cut we've taken in that, but still, I was actually scared the blade was going to break. No more of that. Do my bidding. Yeah, if it's heavily modified, it might not be. That's worth sending an email over before you try to mail it out. Like, I haven't had anything that I've had to warranty yet, but like the thought of having to mail stuff out and then wait for it to come back, just expecting the mail to the post office to handle it and have it get there in one piece is a little bit scary. You know, I've been seeing guys in my high-end Faceballs groups that have been that have been losing stuff in the USPS like frequently. And you're talking about like multiple hundreds of dollars in one knife just vanishing in the post office. And if you've ever had to try to do insurance with the post office, from everything I've seen, it's an absolute nightmare. Oh man, we're already starting to see the cardboard tearing in small spots. Me with knives, are those on Amazon or where? Huh. Email me the link for that. I want to take a look at them. I've got to check that email anyways and see if my third winner got in touch off of his knife. Ugh. That's one thing, like after everything I've worked with, a blade that's this small is kind of hard to control through these cuts. I wouldn't think that like dyeing the scales would nerf a warranty, but what do I know? I am certainly no expert. Yeah, let's take a look at the edge now. Like I'm starting to feel some pretty beefy wear. And let's deal with my sinuses. You would be amazed at how much post-nasal drip all this cardboard dust costs. Well, if it's titanium, then of course it's not dye. It's going to be flame treated or anodized. Oh man, that's already some wear. I said, I don't know everything out there. I didn't know that was a titanium knife. Come here, son of a bitch. Me with knives, thank you. If nothing else, I can throw it on the wish list for when I'm not like catastrophically broke. Oh wow. Guys, this cut's already turned to garbage. It's just hitting at the bottom of that cut. I got it. If you're going to remove anodizing, which Yeah, I was gonna say, if you're gonna have to remove anodizing to warranty something, that better be a serious warranty issue. Oh God, if any of y'all is in the vape game at all, you should see the complaints about Hexohm's customer service at this point. Like, there are guys that have had Hexohms in there for, I think, like, close to 2 years that still haven't had the service ticket closed and had it sent back yet. Which is unfortunate, because, you know, Hexohm used to be one of the best names in the game. Yeah, at some point I want to break down and get anodizing figured out, but it's, again, like, I can look at all the information online and it doesn't make much sense until I have it in my hands. You know, until I've got some relevant experience with it, it just, it doesn't make sense until I have my hands on it and walk through it a couple of times. You know, I've had people in my life that expect me to, like, read a book and then start acting as if I've been proficient for the last few years with it. And it's like, I don't learn like that. I don't. I gotta be hands-on. I gotta be walked through it a few times, and once it finally clicks, it clicks. Yeah, I have seen, though, where guys do talk about anodizing with 9-volt batteries. Like, I've got a battery trickle charger for doing etching, like etching a maker's mark into a blade or something like that. But it's, again, I haven't done it before, and the process is kind of mystifying, and I haven't been able to be walked through it. Yeah, the only other thing with that too is, like, I need enough cash to actually buy another titanium knife, which I don't have, and I don't know when I'll have it. Maybe after Blade show's over, I'll be able to put a few bucks together. But as it stands right now, I am catastrophically broke. I'm just not quite earning what I need to right now. Which sucks, because all I'm trying to do is earn enough to make sure the bills are covered and let the wife retire and just do whatever the hell she wants, you know? That's all I want out of this. Anything else after that can take its sweet time getting here. Bro, that assault team is so damn good. Like, it is so much better than it has any right to be. Yeah. Alright, not making that cut. Alright, edge wear check. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh yeah, we are seeing significant wear, like so damn fast. Yeah, this is starting to look like the whatever the hell they put on the whatever the hell they put in those Ozark trail knives, which might be 420J2. Good God. Oh, this is hilarious. Yeah, I don't know if it's the grade of titanium on the assault team and the Olatans, but like I did the flame treatment on them and the color showed up, but it fades out so fast and it stays faded after that. Like it's a lot more faint than I feel like it should be. And I think the only thing there is just the grade of titanium they made it out of. Yeah. Now, I don't think we're going to see catastrophic edge wear until before I'm going to shut down for the night. You know, right now we have we are now exceeding the personal best for live stream length, which I wasn't planning on doing. It's just I'm still not as shot out as normal. But that being said, Saturday I've got to go in and open, so I need to put myself down early tomorrow. I'm kind of surprised I'm still jamming it out too, but you know, I've been enjoying hanging out with you guys. And now that I had the idea to do this, I just kind of had to. Because like I'd been wanting to do one that just said stainless on it, or the stainless Japan. And this is the closest I can get right now, but I did want to try it out. Oh, right? Well, I mean, this wasn't like a cutting accident. I was shaving, and I guess the edge was too sharp and my angle was off, and it just flaked a chunk of skin out. Like, it still doesn't hurt. It's just annoying that it bled, and now I gotta wait for a scab to form before I can take the bandage back off. Like, that's the most annoying thing about it. Now, if that would have been an incident with this, there'd be a big old chunk of skin missing. I do clot. It's just once you know, at least for me, once I cover something with a Band-Aid, it takes a while for it to not start bleeding again when I take the Band-Aid off and start moving again. So I'd rather just not have to deal with it starting to bleed again. Once I got a scab, I'm fine. You know, the only caveat to that is if I'm ripping into a box and it scrapes this or something like that, it'll probably pop back open. You know, if I did this and then went right back to building the fire 15 minutes later, I'll be fine. All right, nope. I appreciate you dropping by. Hopefully, I will see you on the next live stream at some point next week, to be determined. Come on. Right? Like, I wonder if I did this when I nutted, if the wife would think I was immature. Actually, the wife already knows I'm immature. That is exactly right. Don't stop me from living my dream. Don't take this from me. I've lost so much. Well, don't worry about typing slow. There's a good significant delay between when I say something and when it shows up over here. That's part of why I respond to comments so slow. Oh, that. Okay, I got you. Damn it. I tell you what, these long cuts are so much harder to control with such a short blade. And like, if I go too far, it hits this choil so easily and hangs up there. That was not a good cut. Yeah, I gotta say, this has been running for damn near 40 minutes, and given how light use this would be if I didn't have anything else to carry at that moment, I can't say I'd be super angry as long as I started off with a good edge. If you get in there just right, it'll cut, but trying to do it the way we've been doing it, it ain't liking it. Let's drop it with cardboard. Well, let's get a baseline real quick. How crappy are what tools? Okay, so that's definitely a pretty ragged cut. Let's see if the cardboard strop does any good. You gotta be on the edge of this thing here. Oh, this is extremely crappy. Extremely. Like I said, the blade only says stainless. It was laying on the ground at a golf course. Like, the tools are also. Like, I feel like the saw could actually cut. It feels decent. I don't have anything to cut with it down here right now. Or we'd try it. I really don't. There's nothing down here that I want to cut with it. Now, you know what? There is. Hang on a second. Yeah. Where's the box? Guys, bear with me. Okay, I actually have something. No, sir. The sticker is me being clever. All right. That's not the saw. That's the saw. Okay. Actually got a piece of wood. The way these teeth are set up, you can't actually start the cut. Like, the saw does cut. It is a pain in the ass to use. The bottle opener is sort of sharp. The flathead is very rounded and also not stable. Like, everything about this is quite crappy. Now, depending on what you're leaving it in the vehicle for, it can be fine. Like, if you're leaving it there in case you need to, like, cut something tiny up or something like that, yeah, fine. If you're keeping it in there in case you need a user, hell no. Wait a damn minute. Wait a damn minute. Right? This is where we're going to learn. If I don't drop stuff. Okay, the cardboard strop helped a little bit, but not a lot. Like, this is still cutting ragged. No, now, I was gonna say the Kilimanjaro Magnus might be a good car multi-tool, but even that, like, the knife is awesome, the pliers work, the saw is fucking fantastic, but your screwdrivers are some of the worst I've ever used on anything. You know, like, if they locked, they'd be fine. Yeah, now, if you put some polishing compound on that cardboard, you could get somewhere. That's the one thing, is you gotta have something on there to you know, cut with. Some kind of compound to strop on. Okay, so I think we may work our way through one more significant chunk of cardboard, something like that. But I am starting to get really punch drunk. Your boy is tired now. But credit where credit's due. I mean, if you're just breaking down cardboard or something like that with this, as long as you start with a good edge, you know, it'll take care of you for a reasonable amount of time doing that. So, I mean, I don't think it's often that you'd be breaking down cardboard for 40 minutes doing it like this, trying to get as many cuts as possible. What I've got sitting in the truck right now is a SOG Kiku clone that I would not own, but Rich over at Ace on Knives sent it to me with a giveaway win, and I didn't know it was a clone of anything until I posted it in one of my budget EDC groups, and they flagged me on the no clone rule. Which somebody posted a Harbor Freight Icon knife in one of those groups and immediately got called out on the no clone rule. But yeah, I think the nature of the question about truck day. Saturday we should have Friday's truck there to work, so I should be able to get another stack of cardboard boxes to work with. I just need to make sure I can get in there quietly and get all my boxes in the baler, because like I've been cleared to do so, but I'm not sure whether or not one of the people there would be cool with it or not, just because they're a little odd about stuff like that, and I don't feel like having that conversation and having to drag all of it back out to the truck. Yeah, the little Kiku clone seems pretty decent for a clone, you know, and I don't like clones that much, but you know, if I'm gonna have something in the truck that I may end up having to like tear up to get something done, I'd rather it be that than one of my nicer ones. You know what I'm saying? I said, to this thing's credit, it's lasting longer than we thought it would. Do I think this thing will get you out of a pinch? I would not trust the screwdrivers on this or anything else to not strip out immediately if you're dealing with something that's really hard stuck. I really wouldn't. I've run into that before. But if you got like a light duty problem, probably would. Yeah, I want my old Schrade multi-tool back. That thing was fantastic. I think I know what it is now, and they still make them. But also, the one I had was back in like 2002 or something like that. So I don't trust that a new one will be made as well. But like all the bits on it were good. They were easy to open. They all locked so that it kept all your stuff in place. And I could flip it open kind of like a butterfly knife, which was also a wonderful bonus. Yeah, the cardboard strop was truly the hero of the day here. Like, you know, I know I put it through the workshop belt grinder, and I know I ran it through diamond paste on leather and all that, but the cardboard's the real hero here. That's what really put this thing over the top. Stropping it on that cardboard. Yeah. I mean, I can't believe people haven't been doing that for decades now. It's amazing how effective that is. I mean, that's fair. You know, the patent expired, everything's fair game. I am okay with that. You know, that is not IP theft. That is not super problematic. You know, and I get it. You know, a lot of the stuff we buy is cloned off of something else, tools, hardware, all kinds of crap. It's just the thing when you know about it and you can do something about it where it starts becoming a problem. I mean, if we boycotted every single company that did something we don't agree with, we literally would not be able to buy anything or eat anything or do anything. So you do kind of have to cherry pick your battles for ones that, you know, it's a weird sentiment, but you do kind of have to really pick your battles and pick where you want to make a stand. And a lot of that is where there's products where you know there's a problem and it could be different and you want it to be different. You know, that's like Ganzo, prime example. You know, if I buy something from Ganzo, I don't know whether or not I'm getting a clone because I don't know everything out there. And the thing is, they could do original designs with their build quality and everything else, and like really kill it. You know, just go in against a Tivian with unique, bright, colorful designs, and just make sure your ergos are good and your build quality is good, and you really got something there. You know, my good Sativians, I like. There's that one Sativian, though, that they really fucked up on. And I'm going to tell you right now, when I go upstairs and finally crash, I ain't doing shit. The aftermath videos on both these knives will show up a bit later on. I'll probably do the aftermath video for the Schrade tomorrow, but it'll be another day or two before I get to this one because honestly, I'm going to be so spent when I get there. We are cutting this off at 11. I am now at the point where I officially have to shut down, but we are on personal best for a live stream length. I am interested in seeing what the total view time was on this on 7 hours of streaming. You know, like I said, maybe one day when I have a big enough platform to do something good with it and do a stream for charity. You know, do something for charity. That's going to be a proper marathon. I'm not sure if you're thinking the same way I am, Knockoff, but there are some knives that I desperately want to carry and review. But there's no way I'm going to get to do that for any time soon. Although I will say after Blade Show, like the way I've been saving up for Blade Show has been just kind of a few cents at a time off every purchase that I've made. And letting it build up for a while. I'll probably do that again to save up for the Cold Steel Mayhem and finally get that bitch. But that also depends on where we're at, like bill and mortgage wise, because I'd be immensely grateful. Well, I mean, you could tell us what it is that you're looking at right now. We can look it up and see. But if these streams are somehow making some money, at least passively, that would be a huge deal. Like I said, I took a look at the whole buy me a coffee thing, but again, like with such a small platform and a small following, I don't think that would result in more than a few bucks one time, and then nothing will happen again. Yes, all two of us are going to buy all of them. The second you say something. Bill, you ready to buy out a bunch of knives? As soon as Knockoff tells us what it is, we're going to buy every single one. Okay, what are we looking for, Knockoff? Vulpes, Fox Vulpes M390. Okay, I'm seeing what you're looking at here. Yeah, I see what you're looking at here. That's not too shabby, dude. Yeah, no, I'm right there with you, Bill. Like I said, the one I really want right now is the Cold Steel Mayhem. And if I'm at Blade Show and I can get the price down low enough, then yeah. Well, I think they can do that because that's a really small piece of M390 for something like that. But if I'm at Blade Show and someone has one at their table and I can talk them down low enough, then maybe I can come home with a Mayhem. But I'll probably be kind of holding off until late in Blade Show. I am told that's when you can make the best deals because they're trying to unload crap that they don't want to take back with them. And I know my guy that I ride with every year, that's when he kind of goes and does his bargaining. Like, he won't buy much the day of. He'll wait around on it. You know, like the last couple I've gone to, like the last two I've done, I'm only there for one day, so I got to get what I'm going to get before I go. I'm kind of curious to see what Smoky Mountain Knife Works is going to be pushing this year. Last year was the Buzz Lightyear knife. Yeah, like, I can't even imagine. What's that, the Mayhem? You know, I can't even imagine how much the bigger guys that are holding the really in-demand stuff are turning over at those tables whenever they set them up every year. You know, like SE and Megaron, MKM. Hogue. You know, I know like I've gone in and CRKT and Benchmade had nothing for sale. They just had display stuff. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. I got the Buzz Lightyear knife too. I was going to buy it at Blade Show, and at the end of my day there, I was starting to get rushed. The guy I was riding with had to get home to take care of his kid's birthday, I think. And I totally forgot on the way out. So I had to order it, and it took a minute for them to come back in stock on White Mountain knives. Or no, Smoky Mountain. It took a while for those to come back in stock. And I would drop the yeah, just the Buzz Lightyear knife, the whole thing was entertaining, and it seemed so out of place. Like, it's like, doesn't seem like Toy Story would be the thing to tie into a pocket knife, but here we are. But I know they're aiming for guys that are grown, they grew up with it. You know, I get that. However, I was already a whole ass adult when Toy Story happened, so you know, it's like my sense of perspective on it would be different from somebody younger than me. Oh, a Lightning McQueen knife would be hilarious. Like have the 95 on one side and Ka-Chow on the other. Like I'd be on board with that. All right, let's see where this edge is. Oof, yeah. Significant wear. I made that cut clean. This is the weirdest thing. Some cuts will wind up being clean and some cuts will be ugly as hell. But the fact that it's not cutting clean like it did whenever I first sharpened it is the metric. Or what about a knife for the movie Up? That would be hilarious. Yeah, I mean, it's still cutting good enough. Yeah, movies that built my childhood were a bit different. Um, you know, I had a lot of you know, of course, a lot of the old Disney movies, but I also had a lot of stuff that was a bit more. I guess movies were different when I was a kid in the 1980s and the early 90s. You know, stuff that we watched was a little bit more on the mature side. Some of it was a lot darker. Like Fern Gully was dark as shit. The Last Unicorn, holy fuck, that's dark. And you got stuff like Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, Ghostbusters, things like that. That you know, they are definitely unique to their time, and a lot of that stuff probably wouldn't fly today. Yeah, that is some edge wear right there. Okay, so we started off with a very sharp edge, and after an hour, it went down. There was a Ghostbusters knife. Fucking, I believe Microtech. They had a Ghostbusters knife, and everybody went apeshit over it. And I looked at it like I will never afford that, and moved on with my life. But I wanted it. It's just that thing, like, you know, it was a small batch. They sold out fast, and now they're just secondary market. And oh god, I don't even want to think about the cost of that on the secondary market. Yeah, no. Yeah, and I mean, the Ghostbusters, that's a real easy thing to tie in. You know, you just need that logo. But, you know, kind of some of the stuff that I'd like will be harder to tie in, like a Terminator 2 knife. Um, would definitely have my attention. But how do you execute that and have it come together nicely, you know? How do you make that kind of seamless? Um, you know, the a RoboCop knife, it seems like that would fit, but again, how do you make that seamless and something affordable and something that's going to be carried by a lot of people? Like a, you know, for me it'd have to be a folding knife, but how do you make that work? What else would there be? Phew. You know, Rambo, Commando, those got their knives. Um, Crap. I'm drawing such a huge blank. I may have seen the Manus Pit Boss already. I think I have seen that before. It looks pretty cool. The only problem to me is it looks like the ergonomics might not be there for carry and use. Like I see a lot of points that could be hot spots, both in hand and in waistband. Um, I'd have to get one of those cheap to make it worth my time. What the hell's the price on that? Yeah, like it's just about 60 bucks. Like if I could find that for maybe 30, I'd give it a shot. But yeah, for 60, I'm pretty sure my money would be best spent elsewhere. I have no idea where S60V is on the hierarchy of stuff. If I remember right, the last time it came up, it was like not as good as S35VN or something like that. Like the numbers on that are so damn weird. Oh, cool. So yeah, Bill, are you looking at one strop or more than one? Because that's the question. If you're doing one strop, you might want to go 14 into 5 micron. Um, Because like for me, I went through such a long grip progression. When I did the first drop, I couldn't quite figure out what to do. I didn't have any guidance on that, so I went for I think 5 into 2.5, and that did not work out worth a crap. So I went to 10 into 5, and that worked out real good. And then I set up another strop for 5. That worked even better. And then I was like, you know what? I'm gonna do the big strop with much higher micron count, and that really got it set up to do a great job. Okay, so yeah, you can go through a full grip progression. Just end it like if you've got enough to go from like 24 to 14 to 10 to 5 to 2.5 to 1, you're going to be pulling some crazy ass edges. Like you're going to be able to pull some crazy ass edges. And I'm tempted to get one more strop just so I can do that myself. Um, I don't have the money to buy another strop right now. Is the only issue. Yeah, I don't think that standard green paste is going to do as much for you as that diamond paste will, like by a wide margin. Oh god. Yeah, I think we're going to start shutting this down. We have hit 7 hours, and this is the longest live stream I've ever done. We had a really good run through it though. And yeah, we're down to just you two guys and me. Yeah, thanks, man. Um, But now that I know that this is possible, at some point we can find a day and a reason to stretch this out to 8 or 10 hours and see what can happen there. Oh, wow, 1050. Sweet. Yeah, they're coming in a lot faster after I hit that 1,000. So I'm hoping that 2,000 isn't too far away. That'd be nice. You know, just a slow and steady build. But I'm kind of figuring once I start pushing towards 5K, I'll probably start getting some attention from manufacturers. That'd be nice. But for right now, hitting that 2K is the next milestone. Well, the next milestone is being able to turn on Super Chat and shit like that, but 2K is going to be the next milestone. But, gentlemen, I am going to wrap this up here. It is time for me to go upstairs and become 100% inert. So, you guys enjoy the rest of your evening. I'm going to enjoy mine. And, yeah. I'm going to go ahead and close it down, and I will see y'all on the next one. Thank you so much for hanging out through this whole thing. Good night, Bill. Good night, Knockoff.